Okay, everybody, we're starting. The September 30th, 2025 special meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everybody please join me and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? We would like to start our meeting today with the swearing in of our interim councilwoman for Ward 2. Would Kara please join me in the front? And along with her, I'd like to invite her father, Don Kelly, and her husband, Paul Larson. We are very pleased that you are here with us today. You'll stay to my left. Okay, I'm going to have you on my left.
Okay.
And I understand, Mr. Kelly, that you're going to be holding the Bible?
Yes.
There it is.
Scoot you all down.
Oh, scoot us all the way
in the
here?
middle, all in the middle, all in the middle.
Okay. Very good.
We'll put you, we're gonna, Mary, we're gonna turn you and face that way. And we're gonna put the father in the middle and carry your on this side facing her. Okay. So we're gonna get in the middle. In the middle? Yep. And you'll hold the Bible out and she'll put her hand on it.
All right.
Nice, there we go. Okay.
Kara, before I administer the oath, let me tell you how delighted we are that you will be joining the City Council. I know you will be a very conscientious, hardworking councilwoman that will bring good common sense and sensitivity to your constituents. So welcome aboard.
Thank you.
All right. Please, at this time, raise your right hand. I, please state your name,
Kara Kelly,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
whether domestic or foreign,
whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and that I will bear true faith,
true faith, allegiance and loyalty to the same.
allegiance and loyalty to the same,
Any ordinance, resolution,
any ordinance, resolution,
or law of any state notwithstanding,
or law of any state notwithstanding,
and further,
and further,
that you are not under any direct or indirect
and further that I am not under any indirect or direct
obligation to vote for,
obligation to vote for,
appoint, or elect
appoint, or elect
any person to any office, position, or employment
any person to any office, position, or employment
in the city government of the City of Las Vegas.
in the city government of the city of Las Vegas,
And further,
and further
that I will faithfully perform
that I will faithfully perform
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter,
And further,
and even further,
even more, that my bona fide address
that my bona fide address
is shown herein,
is shown herein,
and you will immediately notify the City of Las Vegas
I will immediately notify the city of Las Vegas
of any change of address during your term of office.
of any change of address during my term of office.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, dear friend. Congratulations. Oh, congratulations. All right, let's get to work. All right. Oh, wait. I need to bring everybody up. Right. Well, I'm ready to go to work. Okay.
none of that.
Stand up tall.
Alrighty, everyone. We'll go in 3, 2, and 1. We'll take a few more. We'll go in 3, 2, and 1. Perfect.
Let's do that. Let's have a picture with family, Mayor.
Alright, we'll go in 3, 2, and 1. One more. We'll go in 3, 2, and 1.
Great, thanks. And Kara, would you grab a microphone and say a few words? Oh, sure, thank you. All right, I think right here. How about this?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I am humbled. I'd love to tell you this isn't a big deal, but it really is. And it's so wonderful to have my father here and my husband and the rest of my family. I can't tell you how excited I am. I keep telling the council folk who I see at events or other things that I'm working hard already and I'm not going to let them down. And I'm certainly not going to let the constituents of Ward 2 or the public, the City of Las Vegas residents. So I'm really excited to be here and I really appreciate the support. And so happy you chose me. Thank you.
Very good. Agenda item number 8, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. If anyone wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come forward and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Is there anybody that wishes to address the council? Oh, just come on up. And how are we doing? Oh, I'm sorry. There's a microphone right over there. And we will limit, how many people will be speaking? Okay, so 6 people, 6, 7, 8. We'll limit this to 1 minute each.
Thank you.
Welcome, and please state your name.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Stoik. I'm here to talk about your priorities for public safety for the next 3 to 5 years. I would like to kindly encourage you not to commit public resources to collaborating with ICE. Public safety does not mean unidentified masked men kidnapping people off the streets. It does mean, however, I would like to encourage you to consider investing in more public transportation instead. We know that traffic accidents have been on the rise. Drunk driving is a very big issue in Las Vegas. And we are the only large metro in the West without light rail. And I think that would actually improve public safety greatly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Hello, welcome, and
Hello.
state your name for the record.
Thank you very much. My name is Jill Glass. I'm a Las Vegas teacher. I've been a Las Vegas resident for the past 12 years. I am opposed to the presence of ICE in our community. As a teacher, I've been thinking a lot about what it means to be a hero and to perform acts of bravery. And I think when we have to put masks on and recruit, these guys, these men and women, no age requirements, lucrative sign-on bonuses, and we give them arms, bulletproof vests, and masks. And that just doesn't fit my idea of heroism. And it's not the kind of model that I would like for our children to learn either. I'm disappointed in Governor Joe Lombardo and some of our local politicians who have not taken a stronger stand. And I think as the battle-born state, we had a real opportunity to show strength and independent spirit and to transcend partisan politics to do what's right for our community members. And from where I stand, that includes our immigrant population. Rather than being a blight on our community, they've been a blessing. So I hope that everybody on the panel today considers that when they think about the public safety plan for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi there, my name is Sarah Levitt. I'm a member of Las Vegas Democratic Socialists of America, and I was born and raised here in Las Vegas. I want to speak today about your priorities for this upcoming 5 years. I know that the council often prioritizes public safety, and I want to talk about what public safety is and is not. ICE being in our communities and the city of Las Vegas cooperating with ICE and using city resources, that doesn't make people feel safe. I have been doing canvassing with people at Broadacres and other areas, and people don't feel safe to go out in public, okay? And more policing, more surveillance does not make people safer. One thing that makes people safer is housing first policy. If we can get people into housing first, okay, and then address whatever other issues they have going on, like substance abuse, mental health issues, physical health issues, housing first is really the gold standard when it comes to getting people off the streets and into a stable life. So I'd like to see you prioritize housing as a way to maintain public safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi there, my name is Logan McMillian. I've been a member of the Nevada National Guard for the last 13 years, and that means that both y'all and I have sworn an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution and make safe the people of America from threats foreign and domestic. An easy definition of threats domestic is people who may or may not be law enforcement dressed in unmarked uniforms, driving unmarked vehicles into neighboring states and detaining people with legal authority to do that. That is unclarified. That is easily defined as impersonation of a police officer, a felony. They are then kidnapping those people. I think that's another felony. Driving those people across state lines to bring them here to use our Henderson detention facility and Pahrump detention facility. So I believe that's felony human trafficking, bringing them from California to Nevada, and then continuing to detain these people, hold them without due process, guaranteed by the Fourth Amendment, which Ms. Kelly, you just swore an oath to uphold the Fourth Amendment, but we're denying these people who may or may not be illegal immigrants. They might just be American citizens who are brown and speak Spanish, but we're permitting these agents to come into our city, felony traffic human people to our state, and then use our detention facilities in order to house these people. There's a blatant disconnect between a goal of public safety and supporting an alleged agency that is allegedly upholding the law and actively ruining people's lives. We need to not only divest ourselves of ICE, the state of Nevada and the city of Las Vegas needs to take active measures to stop ICE. Our judges need to issue issue warrants for their arrest for the crimes they are committing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Erica Neely. As a Latina, born and raised here in the United States, California, I moved here to Las Vegas over 20 years. I'm in support of ICE being in our communities. I think that public safety is very important. I support that since we did the oath to protect the American people and our citizens comes first. Protecting our communities is very important. So I am in support of ICE being in our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name's Christian. I've been here for about a year. I came from Utah, but when the time that I've been here, I live in an immigrant neighborhood, and I go to the stores, I go to the parks, and I've seen a very big rise in people's fear to be outside, participate in their communities, to contribute economically by going to their work, buying things from local businesses. I believe having ICE be in our neighborhood and to cooperate with ICE is making it so people cannot contribute at all as citizens here. I think that we need to prioritize the safety of our neighbors by divesting from ICE, by working against any sort of, in my opinion, illegal abduction of others who are simply working, doing their jobs, contributing to their environments, and providing the culture that Las Vegas gets to take advantage of by having them here. So I want to say, I would urge you to please consider divesting from ICE, consider decoupling the Metro Police with ICE, and to consider to allocate those funds toward providing housing first initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Johnston Linsday. I'm a constituent. I'm a parent. I was a first responder, and I care deeply about the safety of our public. Support ICE. Our law enforcement agency needs the support from you guys. We need to uphold the law. We need to deport illegal criminals that are in our states, and we need to be able to provide a safe space for the citizens of this state, of this nation. Support ICE, support law enforcement. They need more support. They don't need anti-ICE wildness running around out here. We need to support our law enforcement, and I'm proud of our Governor Lombardo for standing with President Trump on this matter. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sky Pedroza. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but I feel so moved because I'm also a constituent. I've lived in Las Vegas for over 10 years. Both my children were born here, and I'm raising them to speak Spanish. I know that eventually, once they're part of the school system, they will be speaking English, but now I am afraid that when I go out into public with my children, because ICE is allowed to racially profile, that will be targeted. And so now I am one of the members of the community who does feel intimidated and afraid to go outside. And I would urge you, I plead with you to please divest from that. I don't want to see that. I'm one of the many people who feel this way, and I'm a citizen. I was born here, and I'm afraid for my children, and what kind of life is that for them? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Karen Newcomer. I've lived in Las Vegas for the last 25 years. I've come from a big law enforcement family, and I have always been supportive of law enforcement in the past. But the things that our Las Vegas Metro Police and our Sheriff's Department are doing to law-abiding citizens is just horrific. We have a right to peacefully assemble. We have a right to free speech, but they treat us like criminals. It's very scary to be out there. Also recently, Mayor, I believe that, well, I know that you asked that Canadians, the tourists, come back. If our own citizens are fearful of being out on the streets, think what a foreign person would think. They're petrified to come here. They're petrified to come here because of Donald Trump's policies. And if we act like in this city and we allow our law enforcement to go along with ICE and do their work, then we're complicit in that way that many citizens feel like we should not be doing that. So I just ask that you please do not coordinate or support ICE, and please protect the citizens of this city. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jill Douglas. I have lived in this community for 31 years. I've raised my 4 sons here. And I love Las Vegas. But I'm also concerned when there's what's legal and there's what's illegal. And I think it's up to our officials to enforce what's legal. We cannot start determining that we're going to overlook laws that are on the books. And I know the one issue that affects everyone, I mean, some issues affect some people. The one issue that affects everyone is public safety. And so we do have to have border security. There is a difference between immigrants and illegal immigrants. Illegal does mean that you've broke the law in the way you've come to the country. So if there's our entities in place that are supposed to protect citizens by enforcing the laws, then I encourage that because I do want our communities to be safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
My name is Victor Shakurchi. I've been in Las Vegas for 37 years. Raised 3 children here, went to high school, love Las Vegas. So my statement is to make sure that Las Vegas demonstrates vision and leadership is to, and in the interest of public safety, that includes our immigrant and brown neighbors. So bringing ICE here, cooperating with them is only an extension of an authoritarian regime. And I feel like Las Vegas needs, like I said, to demonstrate leadership and vision. So, you know, we already have 1,200 people unaccounted for that were in the Alligator Alcatraz. So if this is any, you know, Broad Acres is closed. So if this is any indication of what inviting ICE to our community is, then definitely we need to think about leadership and vision. One other thing I just wanted to mention, as an American Jew, this is very hard for me to say because I have family in Israel, but I also feel like in showing leadership, demonstrating leadership and vision, we, as Las Vegas, should consider cutting ties, cultural ties and business ties with Israel until the situation is resolved and this genocide ends. So, thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to address the City Council? Seeing no one else, I thank everybody for coming and speaking out. We appreciate it. And now we'll move on to item number 6. Agenda item number 6, discussion for possible action regarding identifying and developing new strategic priorities for the City of Las Vegas. This affects all wards. Mr. Jansen.
Good morning, Mayor Berkeley, members of City Council. For the record, Mike Jansen, City Manager. Let me start off by welcoming Councilwoman Kelly to our team. We have a great team. We're thrilled to have you on the team, and I look forward to working with you. Mayor and Council, February 25th, 2020. That is the last time we held a special City Council meeting to determine what our priorities should be. And at that meeting, our City Council established our current priorities: public safety, healthcare, and economic diversification. I can remember some staff questioning why healthcare was selected as a priority at that meeting. It wasn't traditionally a priority area that many municipalities focus on. But I can also remember at that meeting, there was a room full of staff coughing, myself included. And we would find out a few weeks later, on March 12th of 2020, when Governor Sisolak declared a state of emergency due to that COVID pandemic becoming a real issue for the whole country. As we know, shortly thereafter, our unemployment rate accelerated to the highest in the country at 33%. And the rest is history, but we came out of that pandemic stronger as a city, as a community. And so today, we're here to discuss and establish what your City Council priorities are for the next 3 to 5 years so that we can use them in establishing our next strategic plan. To help us with this very important process today, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Tom Riley as our facilitator. I'd like to share a little bit more with you about Dr. Riley for those of you that don't know his background. Tom is well known in our community. Dr. Riley is a professor of the School of Public Affairs at Arizona State University. He previously served as chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education. He was the county manager and CEO for Clark County. He was the executive director of the Morrison Institute of Public Policy at ASU and head of Nevada's Child Welfare System. He is a fellow of the National Academy of Public Administration and is currently working on his 4th book, Ukraine, Stolen Children, Abduction, and Forced Transfer in Russia's War. With that introduction, Mayor and Council, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Tom Riley to help us with the next step of today.
Thank you for that introduction, and Mayor and City Council, City Manager, and his staff, and members of the Las Vegas community. I am privileged to be here today, and my first task is to introduce your keynote speaker today, Jeremy Aguero, a very good friend of mine who I've known for years. He is the principal analyst and founding partner of Applied Analysis, an economic, fiscal, and policy research firm in Las Vegas. For more than 2 decades, he has shaped Nevada's growth through data-driven analysis and collaborative policy. As lead analyst for the Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee, he helped secure $750 million for Allegiant Stadium. He supported the Tesla Gigafactory expansion and the A's project, and he also served as treasurer of the host committee for the Super Bowl 58. He is co-architect Nevada's pupil-centered funding plan, produced the largest K-12 funding increase in state history, and helped advance Campus for Hope legislation. A 4th-generation Nevada, he has advised the last 6 governors. Aguero serves on the board, including several boards, including Opportunity Village, United Way of Southern Nevada, Nevada's Child Seekers, and R&R Partners Foundation. Honors include Good Government Award and the Alumnus of the Year from UNLV and the Boyd School of Law. And with that, Jeremy.
Welcome, Jeremy.
Madam Mayor, it's lovely to see you again. Members of the City Council, thank you for the invitation to be here today. I know you have a very long agenda, so I'm going to jump directly into it. I was asked to give a brief presentation as a primer relative to the discussions that you're going to have today. A number of conversations with the city manager relative to the dialogue that you would have today, and so we sort of talked about 3 core areas for purposes of our discussion. First is just a general economic overview. Where do we see the economy nationally, and how is it affecting us here locally? The city of Las Vegas and its relative positioning as you look forward for the next 5 years, and then some key concepts that we believe are going to be important as we move forward. That having been said, let's start at the beginning with the economic performance indicators. This is what it looks like since we left the pandemic, as was spoken about just a little bit ago. I don't intend to go through each one of these economic indicators. That would be long for you and long for me and for the audience, but it's enough to look at them and say there's a lot more green on the board than there is red on the board. We've made a great deal of progress in the past 5 years, and by most measures, respecting some recent instability, our economy is doing fairly well at the national level. If we look at it just in terms of the last 5 years, you'll notice that there's a bit more red on the board. We've seen a decrease in the level of employment formation. We've seen an increase in the unemployment rate. We've seen some sluggishness in our economy's ability to grow, and some other factors that we'll see relative to the housing market and debt as we move forward. That having been said, if we focus on the biggest of the economic indicators, the one that we must start with is real gross domestic product, the total amount that the United States is producing. This is a chart that looks at quarter-over-quarter growth. You'll notice on the far right-hand side we have a period of decline and then a period of increase. I'd just like to focus on the period of decline first, and then we'll talk about the period of increase. There was concern that our economy was heading directly into a recession during the first quarter. However, when you look at some of the indicators, they do not necessarily reflect that in any meaningful way. As a matter of fact, we saw imports drop dramatically, but we saw private investment and public investment actually increase overall, as well as consumer spending. Why in the world would imports decrease? Because we had a long conversation about tariffs, and trade policy changed dramatically. Fast forward to the second quarter when growth occurred and folks said, oh gosh, look, our economy is growing. Yeah, but it's kind of growing for the wrong reasons. We saw those imports start to pick up, not because the economy was showing increased performance, but because people were buying everything they could get their hands on in order to make sure that they could get the supplies that they needed coming in. What is clear is the third quarter, we'll see exactly how those numbers come out. I suppose that is unclear. And by the end of my presentation today, there'll likely be different tariff policy than there was when I started my presentation today. And I am here to make no political commentary whatsoever, other than the fact that that uncertainty is leading to economic data exactly like this, and we should be careful relative to monitoring that. Our Southern Nevada economy, if we look at it pre-pandemic, most of those indicators are green on the right-hand side. We have a greater amount of economic growth. Our population continues to expand, and we've added a substantial amount of employment. Nonetheless, there are some challenges, whether we look at it over the past 5 years or whether we just look at it over the past year. We've seen an elevated rate of unemployment, a decrease in our population growth overall, and relative sluggishness in terms of our core tourism industry that we'll talk more about as we continue to go through. As we continue to analyze these data, I'd like to make mention of the labor force participation rate. There's a lot of conversation out there about the fact that people just haven't entered the labor force, and that's what's causing the problem. This is the total rate of labor participation for those that are 16 and over, and for those that are 25 to 54, it is roughly at the highest rate we've seen at any time recently. Those folks are out there actively seeking work. We know that is taking place. There is no doubt that we have fewer people available to enter the workforce than we did a year ago, but nonetheless, the idea that people just are choosing not to work, simply not the case. In addition to that, I would be remiss if I did not mention that our employment, like the United States employment, but in some ways even worse, has shown signs of sluggishness. We have traditionally been among the nation's highest relative to new job formation. The state of Nevada, as of August 2025, was ranked 45th in the United States at 0.3%, showing signs of some instability in the market. If you look at the total number of jobs that we have created in August of 2025 compared to the same period of the prior year, we're actually negative in terms of that growth, with some core areas showing signs that we have concerns. Our core leisure and hospitality industry continues to grow, albeit recent signs would suggest that we're seeing layoffs as well as reductions in hours. But the one that has us most concerned is actually the construction in the bottom left-hand side. Construction, by its very nature, has a tendency to be cyclical. We've seen a reduction in the total number of construction-related activities, and it's both the greatest number of reduction in workforce as well as the greatest percentage reduction in workforce. Since the pandemic, the city of Las Vegas has added back every job that was lost during the pandemic and some additional ones. You can see the uptick just for the city alone in terms of its employment numbers. These are remarkable. They are also arguably somewhat unsustainable. The city has reported 46 months of consecutive growth and relative strength in terms of job formation as the city continues to strive toward a reasonable and equitable jobs housing balance overall. That having been said, if we look at the unemployment rate, it is elevated in Nevada, it is elevated in Southern Nevada. At the top are the states that have the lowest unemployment rate, are the ones on the bottom are the states with the highest rate of unemployment, and you can see that the state of Nevada ranks among the highest in the United States in terms of that rate of unemployment. Of course, Washington, D.C. being affected by changes that we're seeing. I am mindful, I know someone will come up and tell me, Washington, D.C. is not a state. I know it's not a state. We use it for purposes of this presentation. If we look at the non-seasonally adjusted unemployment for the city of Las Vegas, it is now at 6%. That is elevated from where we would like to see it and where it has been historically overall. This combination of economic factors is leading to greater uncertainty among consumers. We talked about it at the outset. Consumer sentiment is now at 58.2. This is according to the University of Michigan that reports this every month. And if you see it, our consumer sentiment is actually lower than it was during the pandemic, or roughly on par where it was during the pandemic, and certainly lower than what we saw during most of the Great Recession. The combination of those two things is leading to consumers acting differently and being concerned about what happens next overall. If we look at consumer confidence, we tend to break it into two component parts. One is, are you better off today than you were a year ago? Most folks in the United States do believe they're better off, although you can see even some of those statistics statistics are starting to fall downward relative to this. Perhaps more important to us here in Southern Nevada and certainly in the city of Las Vegas is the second half of that same survey. Or do you expect to be better off 6 months from now than you are today? Those numbers are very low, lower than they were during the pandemic. The consumers are worried about two things. One, cost of living. Second, the tariffs. And those two things have a tendency to be highly linked to one another. But consumers being concerned during a period of relative prosperity certainly has us concerned overall. That first reason for that concern is not ambiguous in any way, shape, or form. This is the Consumer Price Index from December of 2018, sort of in the post-pandemic era, in which the cost of things have gone up by almost 30%. And to be clear, inflation is a regressionary tax on consumers. The lower your income level, the greater the rate of inflation will impact you. And 30% is nothing to turn a blind eye to. It is significant. If we break down the cost of living in Southern Nevada into its component parts, these are the major ones here. Again, we have a great deal to talk about, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time going through this, although we'll touch on a few of the key ones. Our cost of living in Southern Nevada today is actually roughly 5% below the average reported by major metropolitan areas. The cost of housing is roughly on par overall, but things like the cost of transportation are higher than the vast majority of major metropolitan areas, where others are certainly showing some signs of increasing. We continue to be relatively competitive today relative to aggregate cost of living, but again, I would suggest to you that there is a high bifurcation within our community. There are those that are doing very well and those that aren't, and the number in between is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. If we look at taxable retail sales in the United States, we believe that consumer confidence going down would lead us to consumers spending less money. We are not seeing that in the United States today, although we do expect it to happen as the economy begins to slow down. But I wanted to draw this as a sharp contrast to what we are seeing in Southern Nevada and really the state of Nevada today as taxable retail spending continues to decline. A decrease in consumer capability in terms of available disposable income, combined with a reduction in tourism-related activity, which of course contributes substantially to taxable retail sales in Southern Nevada. And then on top of that, a slowdown in construction-related activity. In Nevada, construction materials are subject to retail sales and use tax, has led to this curve we see on the right-hand side. That means less money for the state. It means less money for local governments, for everything from schools to public safety. Year over year, the United States is up 4.8%. Nevada is down 2.9%, and Clark County is down 2.4%. We do expect continued instability in taxable retail sales. Right? Americans losing faith in hard work gains leads to economic gains. This has been a sentiment that we've seen. And what we've also seen is that Americans are reducing the amount that they are saving, as they are also getting squeezed relative to their available income and being able to sustain the level of consumption that I showed you previously. As a matter of fact, if we look at the 50-year average relative to the savings rate in the United States, it is about 7.3%. We are sub 5% today, something we certainly don't want to be. The reason for that is largely because the United States is at or near the highest rate of debt that we have seen in United States history overall. This shows mortgage debt, auto loan, student loans, credit cards, and then other household debt. It is at the highest level. Consumers are continuing to borrow to maintain the level of spending that we've seen previously. If we look at it over really the last 20 years, the increase in that debt matters to us in the United States. It matters to us here in Southern Nevada. If we look at all of these and look at the rate of growth that we have seen in those over the past 20 years, it points to some unsustainability to that and real problems for the American consumer. Compounding that problem is as debt has gone up, we have now started to see an uptick in the delinquency rate for all loan types in the United States. We can break that down perhaps more helpfully by looking at the various categories. We see that mortgages default rates have started to tick up with some pre-foreclosure related activity showing signs of weakness. Probably more important than that are the shorter term loans associated with automobiles. Then we see student loans, which have been recently required to be paid back. And so this is is not that surprising, but the one that keeps us up at night, of course, is credit card debt, which we've seen a substantial uptick in delinquency, most notably among younger Gen Z and millennial households. We combine that with the reality of the segmentation, the economic segmentation of our nation, and it leads us to a real concern relative to the sustainability of the prosperity that we've had over the past 5 years in the United States and certainly here in Southern Nevada. The chart on the left-hand side shows household wealth, roughly $165 trillion worth of wealth in the United States. 110 of that is held by the top 10% of households. Draw this in sharp contrast to where that credit card debt that we just looked at exists, and you can see that on the right-hand side where households, 50% of the bottom 50% of all households have $2.6 trillion of the total amount of credit card debt. If we compare and contrast where the wealth is in the United States and where the debt is in the United States, this by its very definition is not sustainable. We look at those net worth disparities. We look at it by education level. We look at it, again, college-educated citizens account for 75% of all wealth. What about by generation? The baby boomers have acquired a huge amount of the wealth, and their decision to pass it on, where it's going to be, both Gen Z and millennials are behind where their parents and grandparents actually were at the same amount of time. If we look at it by race, white households control a substantially higher than their proportional share of that household wealth. All of that is putting stress on our economic system. If we take these general economic truisms and then we apply them to the city of Las Vegas and the things that affect the city most directly, I've picked 4 of them. We probably could have spent a lot more time talking about things in more detail, but when we think about it in terms of population growth, investment, development-related activity, and then the city's assets and their performance, it gives us a pretty good idea of, I think, where things are heading, both cyclically and structurally, right? If we look at it, 60, 70, 80 years ago, we've grown from a community of about 16,000 people to a community of 2.4 million people, and we did it faster than almost anywhere else in the United States. If you look at it in terms of fast-growing cities versus slow-growing cities, both of them have merits. I don't think there's any criticism, but going from a fast-growing community to a slow-growing community is very difficult because both our economy and our fiscal system is geared for growth. We are not like New York. We are not like Chicago. Those places took hundreds of years to get to the same place that we are today. This is what our population looks like. This is what the population growth looks like. Again, that population growth has been relatively solid in those non-COVID, non-recessionary years. If we look at that population growth, there's a general expectation that that's going to continue. But recent data has suggested some sluggishness, some decreases, some concern relative to those migration data. On the left-hand side are the most recent data that we have for driver's license surrenders. When you move to Southern Nevada, you surrender your driver's license from California, Texas, Florida, wherever you come from. We can count those. You can see that the level of those driver's license surrenders has dropped. Now, that doesn't count the number of people that have left our community. It's only the people that are moving in. And the electric meter connections remain relatively high overall. But we have seen a substantial decline in the people that are moving in to our community. Those driver's license surrenders are continuing to come from California, drawing a sharp distinction between the people who are here and the people who are moving in. For the first 20 years I did what I do for a living, the people moving into Southern Nevada had a lower income than the people who lived here. For the past 5 years, those numbers have switched. What we've seen is a substantial amount of income flowing in, buying up homes, putting upward pressure on prices, taking jobs, some of those type of things that exist out there. This is the city of Las Vegas's historical population. This is that growth rate overall, looking very similar to the Valley. Nonetheless, we are concerned. One of the sets of data that we commonly look at are U-Haul related data. You get a U-Haul to move from Sacramento to Las Vegas or from Dallas to Reno, whatever. We used to be in the top 5 in terms of points of destination. Last year we were number 11. We've now dropped to number 35 in that particular category. I mentioned earlier construction-related activity from an economic standpoint, creating some degree of concern. This is new and resale homes for the city of Las Vegas. You can see that those price increases, even with the instability that we have, continue to put an uptick. We've also seen some downward pressure on the volume of new supply. Nonetheless, if we look at our urban valley and we look at that median closing price during the last calendar year for which we have data, we can certainly see a distinction between neighborhoods, between areas, between quadrants, if you will, of the community. By contrast, if we look at that home, that resale appreciation, you'll notice that these numbers are changing just a little bit. If we look at the home price appreciation rate, you'll notice that the areas that have a tendency to have the lower, more affordable priced homes are actually the ones today seeing the greatest rate of price appreciation, something we're keeping a very close eye on overall. If we hone in on the city of Las Vegas, there is so much to talk about in terms of the city. Obviously, the city is not one jurisdiction, not one place, not one area, not one group of people. But this mix relative to housing and the difficulty in terms of being able to afford that housing is critical. In addition to that, the national rate of home ownership is 67.2% overall. This is the top 5 states in the United States relative to home ownership rate, where more people have the ability to own a home. I'm sure you can see just by looking at my map those areas that fall at the bottom. Nevada ranks among the highest, and with Southern Nevada accounting for about 74% of the state's population, the fact that we rank 48th in terms of, 48th with 59% of the population being a homeowner is certainly a concern in terms of long-run stability. And it's become increasingly more expensive as incomes have been divergent from the cost of housing. In 1990, it took you about 8 years to be able to save for a home. By the time you got to 2015, that was about 11 years. And here in 2025, in this Las Vegas MSA, at the current savings rate and the current cost and the current income, it will take you roughly 19 years to be able to save up enough money to buy a median-priced home, which means that you can afford a home about the time your kids are going to physically leave the house. Not okay for us, given the fact that the Nevada dream, the American dream, is what brought so many people here. Importantly, housing attainability is not an issue that is unique to Southern Nevada, and I don't want to leave anyone with that impression. Maine has the highest rate of affordability, Delaware the lowest rate of affordability. This is where we fall today, with 70, almost 80% of households unable to afford a median-priced home. The national average is about 75% in terms of the total, and there is not a single state in the United States where a median household can afford a median-priced home. Again, it's a national problem that is acutely manifest here in Southern Nevada. Hard for us is the reality that the Las Vegas income gap is nearly $50,000 in additional income needed to be able to afford a home in Southern Nevada. You can see where it was. We had sort of a period of affordability. We were sort of kind of near the equilibrium, and in the past 5 years, the advent of COVID, increase of folks moving in and bringing huge amounts of capital with them, combined with very high interest rates, it's a problem. If we look at the paycheck to mortgage gap, that's $119,000 is the income needed to afford a median-priced home in Southern Nevada. To put that number into perspective, that means you'd have to earn about $57.22 per hour if you worked a 40-hour work week. In terms of occupations in Southern Nevada, only 6.1% of those. Mayor, city council members, I think that as we continue to go forward, there's a concern that we are building houses for people that are moving here, and we are building affordable housing for the people who live here. Challenge for us. If we look at it on the lower end of the spectrum, which we could probably spend a great deal of time having that conversation, the minimum wage at $12 an hour, you would have to work 191 hours a week to be able to afford a home. There are obviously 24 hours in every day. I suppose someone could figure out how to work all of those because they didn't need any sleep. However, there's only 168 hours in an entire week, so you would somehow have to build a new day called after day in order to be able to actually get to 191 hours. I would submit that this housing challenge is one that we are either going to solve or it is going to solve for us one way or the other, right? This shows some of the other major metropolitan areas, including ones that are primary areas from where people are moving in to Southern Nevada. I would just share with you, this problem is across the United States. Again, it has everything to do with the wealth disparity that we looked at before. In addition, oftentimes this is somehow attributable to the negligence among among the home building industry. I don't think that is right in any way, shape, or form. I think the home builders would love to be able to build more houses because that's what they do for a living. And what you can see is that the cost of housing has gone up. Home builder confidence has come down. Their ability to deliver that product is important. And while so much has been put on the increase in cost of construction among higher income homes, look at this, we're selling these homes for hundreds and hundreds of dollars a square foot. I just want to share with you where we were in the fourth quarter of 2024, where we are in the first quarter of 2025 relative to the cost per square foot to construct it. Single family high end has certainly gone up, but certainly in the lower end for housing, the cost associated with construction itself for single family homes, for multifamily homes, has gone up dramatically. Cost of labor, the cost of materials, obviously the cost of land. Residential permits in the city of Las Vegas, single family on the left, multifamily on the right. The supply side challenge is also a concern for us as we bring on less product, means you're going to put upward pressure overall. You can see the total level of the units. It's not enough to keep pace. Multifamily permit valuation, right? This is what it looked like early on. This is what it looks like today in terms of that aggregate volume. Those prices are going up, and at the end of the day will make it cost prohibitive for many people even to afford or to stay in the apartment that they have. This is the new home market and multifamily share as a percentage of total sales. It has increased as we've seen a push toward density overall. This is what that new home market looks like in terms of the change per square foot, in terms of larger, mid-size, and then of course very small units pushing upward in order to have micro lots to be able to increase the supply of housing that's out there. This is the share of homes with 3 or more stories also increasing, the trend that we're seeing in real estate overall, right? We know that there are some major developments that are taking place. Their ability is, in some ways, it's like a very small share of a very big problem overall, right? Major projects matter, investment in those projects matter, but we are dead last in the United States for housing units for extremely low income renters, putting upward pressure on homelessness and other challenges. And again, I don't want to leave you with the impression for a moment that this is a low income exclusive challenge that we have in Southern Nevada. It very much is not. This is rent burden by area median income, and what you'll see is that the darker green areas are those in the United States. The ones in the lighter gray is the state of Nevada, much of which is us here in Southern Nevada. You will see that middle income on the far right-hand side of our chart has a substantially higher share of the population that is rent burdened than we see across the United States, almost double in that regard overall, which we did not see previously. If we look at the number of multifamily permits that are being issued per 10,000 people, even with our population growth still being above the national average, you can see that these numbers are lower. And what that means is less supply physically coming online. It's becoming increasingly difficult for very obvious reasons. Combine that with the fact that asking rents per unit are now approaching $1,500 in the urban valley. Again, I think you can see where those rents are if we just sort of look at that map relative to where the darker colors versus the lighter colors are. And then we compare and contrast that against some of the media coverage that has been very good in this particular issue, but is highly focused on the fact that rental prices are coming down. And they are. There's no doubt. But look at where the darker colors are relative to where rental prices are going up. They are in the areas where we have historically seen lower cost of rental. That's where we're seeing that cost go up. And I would respectfully submit this could be a growing challenge for us in Southern Nevada, including here at the city of Las Vegas. You get it in terms of the vacancy rates. I won't spend a bunch of time there. This is the city of Las Vegas asking rent per unit. This is the vacancy rate overall. Vacancy rates are starting to come down a little bit. Rents have remained relatively stable overall. In terms of development-related activity, again, as important as anything that we've seen, you've seen this chart 100 times. I just like to show it because my wonderful team created it, and I think it kind of looks cool, and it always sort of makes the point that the federal government is sort of the lead dog in this race relative to determining whether land is going to be released. And I understand that there are environmental issues. I understand that there are water issues. The balancing of those can be absolutely critical. The ability to make sure that we have have land so we can build housing for people that live here is critical. In addition to that, I would be remiss if I did not mention the multi-species habitat conservation plan and the de facto land development boundary that we have in southern Nevada. That allows for up to 145,000 acres to be disturbed within the urban valley. We have already disturbed nearly 130,000 of those acres, meaning we have about 16,000 acres remaining. Historically, we have absorbed land at about 5,000 acres per year, meaning that we have 3 to 5 years left before we effectively run out of land. Now, to be clear, we will reduce the amount of land that we absorb. It will become more expensive. We will extend that out. But this is exactly what we're seeing today overall. Within the urban valley, there are 173,000 acres of land. The county has about 45% of that, the city another 26, Henderson and North Las Vegas rounding out the balance overall. That is what our urban valley looks like. If we look at those cumulative acres developed during that period, you can see the speed at which we have absorbed that land between 1980 and 2024. You can also see that the amount of that acreage that's being absorbed has come down, but it is not low. And if we look at the total acres in terms of what has been developed during that period on average versus what we are seeing today, there is no doubt we are being more efficient with what we are developing overall. That said, look at the development activity that is taking place within the city of Las Vegas, right? We look at it in terms of the 1960s, 70s, in terms of what that development looks like, and what you see is that we are bordering directly on that, and the speed at which we developed in the 90s and 2000s simply not sustainable today overall. Perhaps of equal importance is what it is that the city is developing. This is the city of Las Vegas in terms of its land use mix. You see residential being the darker color there, commercial, industrial, and then other. If you look at it between 2000, the 5 years ending 2000, it was 70% residential. Now it's 88% residential. That jobs housing balance, I would respectfully submit, matters in terms of all of this, largely because the cost of providing services to residents is much higher than the cost of providing services to things like commercial buildings, if you will. By contrast, this is what the county sort of has looked like leading up to 2000 and where it is today, where that balance is a little bit different, certainly putting fiscal pressure on this city. This is that inventory of industrial space. This is the inventory of retail space, office, industrial, and retail shown here, all of which have continued to increase, albeit showing much slower, a number of signs of slowing in terms of that inventory. We're glad to see both the vacancy rates for office, retail, and industrial all be relatively low, but we are certainly concerned about the uptick in industrial vacancy we've seen recently and the ability to continue to attract some of those at the fees and the costs that are currently necessary to sustain the developments that have taken place. The combination of increasing vacancy and decreasing rates is something we're keeping a close eye on. As I mentioned before, this is the total amount of acreage. I'm now going all the way back to 1970 as opposed to 1980. This is the amount of vacant acres that we now have in the urban valley. Again, the multi-species habitat conservation cap not coming into play. You see the city of Las Vegas has about 14,000 acres remaining. If we only look at the private land, it is only about 8,000 acres. And so where growth has largely defined us for the last 100 years, the ability for growth to define the city of Las Vegas for the next 100 years is extremely limited. This is what that vacant land curve looks like for the city of Las Vegas. You can see how much it has truly come down during that period overall. Publicly owned vacant land, privately, city of Las Vegas. I know this body is well aware in terms of what has been planned and programmed on this property would have been, it'll take us a long time to go through this, but the pieces that are not currently subject to a development agreement are relatively limited overall. If we look at vacant land costs, it is now $682,000 an acre. It has come down slightly, which has more to do with the mix of property than it does the total value. And we're expecting that to continue to go up as the supply side continues to be problematic. In closing, talking about the city's assets and to some degree mobility, I mentioned earlier the concept of cost of living. Transportation is among the highest anywhere in the United States and among the highest here in Southern Nevada. Why is that? The cost of registration, among the highest in the United States. The cost of gasoline is high. The cost of insurance, is relatively high in terms of those totals. We also have relatively few other options relative to transportation. Not very many people are going to take the bus to get everywhere they need to go, and the pressure that is put on top of that is problematic for us overall. 71% of the city of Las Vegas residents drive alone to work. The commute time is 28 minutes, which is relatively good for us overall. You can see the share of folks that take public transit, is incredibly important for seniors and veterans and many people that are trying to get to work. The reality is those percentages on the left-hand side are relatively small, and the amount of money that's available is limited. $5.5 billion in terms of the projection pipeline in terms of some of those costs. Again, I'm not going to try and go through each one of these other than to say that transportation, mobility, and the ability for people to either get to Southern Nevada or to be able to get from point A to point B becomes incredibly important to what we are trying to accomplish as a community. Those assets in terms of the city of Las Vegas, I think the prosperity that this city is experiencing over today and really for the past decade has so much to do with the people that came before us, this city council and those that sat in those seats before you. I won't even attempt to try and go through all of these, but the fact that you identified and developed a medical district, the fact that we have a medical school there, the fact that downtown has transitioned so significantly from where it was 2 decades ago to where it is today, and that Fremont Street and all of these things are taking place is relatively remarkable. To bring it all together in terms of answering the final question, in terms of looking forward, what ultimately does it mean? I would offer just a few elements in terms of what we're seeing, what these are going to have, what impact they are likely to have on our community. I would provide respectfully the recommendation that the City Council consider what it looks like if we're going to have slower growth or even no growth. I think that there's a mounting sentiment around growth and what it means and what its impacts are. Right? The idea that, hey, I can't build a pool so the next person can move in because we need the water for things like that. We're hearing that kind of sentiment across the board. Number 2 is balancing economic development with things like water conservation. There is no doubt water continues to go down. Lake Mead, we have a single source of water here, and while we are well protected because of the return flow credits and the fact when water cannot continue down the Colorado, we can continue to churn. That should not be mistaken with the fact that we are in a water crisis in Southern Nevada today, and the ability to conserve and balance that with our economic development needs is going to be critically important to Southern Nevada. Number 3, I would offer the recommendation that aligning economic diversification and development. There's a common discussion that economic diversification and development are the same thing. I would respectfully submit that they are not. Economic diversification is largely about bringing that next business into the city of Las Vegas or into Southern Nevada, where economic development is ensuring that the businesses that are already here have can be prosperous in terms of the economic environment. A lot of our focus in the state of Nevada has been about making those changes, protecting the businesses that are here, maybe the most important thing we have to deal with over the next 10 years. Linking economic and fiscal diversification. Right? We have made great efforts toward diversifying our economy. We have made almost no efforts toward diversifying our fiscal system. We are seeing that today in terms of our tourism-based economy. We're seeing it in terms of a sales tax that is principally, almost exclusively, tangible goods sold at retail, not services that exist. We are overly dependent on tourism taxes. We are overly dependent on construction-related taxes. And as those two industries show signs of weakness, so too will the state of Nevada and local governments. the realities of AI, automation, government services, all of these. I'm sure we could spend the rest of our natural lives having this conversation. I believe that AI is going to cure cancer. I also believe it's going to lead to a 20% unemployment rate. And I say both of those things being somewhat tongue-in-cheek to offer that here, but our world is changing in a remarkably fast way. Our ability to adapt to it and think differently about how we do everything is critical. I would also offer that as you go forward, finding a way to solve the PERS challenge seems to me to be incredibly important to the city of Las Vegas and our communities, our state's ability to remain a going concern. The challenge is remarkable in that regard. We've made promises. We have some of the best public employees anywhere in the United States. I think those promises need to be kept for them. The ability to be able to keep them is going to be making that more sustainable as we continue to go forward. I would offer that continuing the effort toward building a stronger healthcare economy. This has been the nation's fastest growing sector. The fact that the city of Las Vegas had the foresight to make the investments that it has and some of the very innovative things that you all are doing today to try and bring in new healthcares, finding ways for public-private partnership. We know that baby boomers have a lot of the money. We know that they're aging, and the two things they're going to do with all that money is try to live forever and take vacations. Hopefully that will help us in one way or another, but we got a lot of work to do. I would also suggest that the resilience and the resurgence of the downtown area, the Fremont Street District, the amount of investment by almost every measure that we see in tourism-related activity and otherwise, it is paying off for this community. It has changed. It has become a brand new cultural icon for us overall. The higher order transit mobility and transit corridors, we are going to need to move people differently than we did before. There are some innovative technologies that are happening, but being able to make this sustainable, finding ways to get that transportation to people so that they can get to work, it's something we have strived to do, but we still have a very, very long way to go overall. And then finally, I think I would offer the fact that there is a state-local power shift, I think, that is taking place today in the state of Nevada. Term limits, the shift in terms of how legislation gets done, the conversation between home rule and the Dillon's rule, and all of those type of things. The tension between the state and local governments tends to be them against us. It needs to be all of us together, right? And it's not always that way. Making sure that local governments are ahead of this curve and are those true partners is important. I realize that the entirety of your day today is about what happens next. I'm hopeful that at least some of the foundation that I've laid and some of the data is helpful as you go through that exercise. And for just one person that's a fourth generation Southern Nevadan, I just want to say thank you to you for everything that you all do every single day. Sometimes, I'm sure, many times, it's a thankless job. And I will tell you, there's a lot of people that are out there that know what this city council is doing and what it has done and are very proud to live in this community as a result of that. Thank you very much.
We have about 10 minutes for a Q, any questions, if we could, and we'll be on target. So Jeremy, if you don't mind, we can ask for a few questions.
Okay. Would anybody care to ask Jeremy a question? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
We've been able to work together for the last couple of years on what I would consider some pretty transformational projects related specifically to housing, transitional housing, transportation, healthcare, mental health care in particular. I guess the question I have for you is, given the fact that you've worked for 6 governors, or you've worked with 6 governors, I see opportunity right now. You just painted somewhat of a bleak picture, but what are the factors that led to the opportunities over the last couple of years, specifically around what you've worked on?
Mayor Pro Tem, it's a hard question. I'll do my best to try and answer it. In my view, this community can do absolutely anything it puts its mind to. And right now, we don't seem to have that thing that we're all going to get behind and go get done. I think that's the hardest thing, is to build consensus. We all point to the things that divide us. We don't focus on the 90% of things that we all agree in this community that we need to get done. When you talk about major economic development deals, right, I think that those start with, and you and I've had this conversation a lot, a sound business plan. It has to make logical sense. This is why we need a medical district. This is why we need those employees. This is why this investment is going to make sense for the city of Las Vegas. It needs to pass the test of being right. The second piece is, I think you have to have legislation drafted. I think you have to have a sound financial model, but you also need to have a champion. And in absence of having that champion that's going to say, I am willing to roll up my sleeves and get it done, nothing gets done. And then beyond that, I think it's looking in the mirror and being very real with ourselves relative to the challenge that we have. I love to say that this community loves to admire its challenges, right? Ooh, look at that one. It's really bad over there. Somebody should go take care of that, right? We love to do that. But when we identify one of those, things like education, right? In 2019, State of Nevada restructures its education funding to ensure that every dollar that is dedicated to education actually goes to education. In 2023, Governor Lombardo, along with the legislature, passes the greatest single increase in education funding. Why? Because there was no more argument about the fact that if we put money into education, it doesn't actually go to education, right? The third piece, in 2025, the majority leader, Democrat majority leader of the Senate and the Republican governor come together on an accountability measure that I am going to argue may be the single most important element that we've ever done relative to K through 12 education, because it makes certain that teachers fulfill their obligation and that the school board fulfills its obligation and administrators fulfill their obligation, right? The point here is that the structural elements associated with it, we always want to fix all the problem at once. If we can identify what the source of the problem is and go after that and then work on it, at some point, I'm always concerned about this community being complacent. And so from that standpoint, it is this idea that we have to go. But the other side is some very smart people have impressed upon me to embrace the merits of incrementalism. Right? If we can take good steps in the right direction, we are going to get where we want to go. And so if you ask me over the past 10 years how we've had success in terms of economic development, how we've made some of these changes, I think it is really two things. I think it is, number one, this community not being afraid to come together and in its absolute ability to go get that done. And number two is the ability to actually to boil it down to the cause. So we are focused on the virus and not the symptoms.
If I can ask one more question, it's exactly the answer I was looking for, and thank you for putting it on the record. I guess the second question is you laid out a whole bunch of data. There's a whole bunch of challenges in our community. I see opportunities. What are your recommendations for this council? How do you think we should act?
Look, I think act with ambition and act with your heart, right? I mean, I think the challenges that we're dealing with today, their order of magnitude is increasing because of myriad factors that are out there, right? We're seeing a sluggishness in the United States economy, not because anybody did anything wrong, but because we pumped $5.3 trillion into the economy, and now during stimulus, and now those dollars aren't there anymore, and that's causing everything to slow down. We also have a group of folks that are aging in and a group of folks that are aging out. We have a tourism industry that is struggling with the fact that, international travelers aren't so excited about coming to the United States these days, and the combination of that with increase in pricing has created a chilling effect, right? What I would offer here is that it's about, again, two things: leadership and partnership. Don't be afraid. If there's something you want to go fix it. And if there's anything I can do or others can do, I would guess we'll be right behind you to try and pull that rope as far as we can. Leadership and partnership, because you can't do it alone. Right? This community, this tourism industry needs this community, right? It needs this community to welcome those visitors, to find ways to enhance our tourism economy. This community needs those next healthcare professionals to move in. We need that. They're not going to be able to do it on their own. That's the reality of the situation we've created. And you and I have had a number of these conversations about the structural changes. We can attack those every single day. But the recommendation that I would be is be ready for change and be ambitious in terms of how you go forward. Don't be scared. This community's behind you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Nancy.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about one of your slides. It looks like 22.8% of the total new home markets are multifamily. Does that include both condos and apartments?
I think the one you're looking at there, and again, I can circle back with you just to make sure we're looking at the same thing. I think what you're looking at there has to do with the condo market, but I'll come back and make sure that we have those.
Can you share a little bit about what you're seeing nationally with respect to the condo market? I know Governor Lombardo has allocated about $84 million for multifamily, really focusing on condo development, which we haven't done for a while. But I would argue that condos might be a more affordable product, so you're addressing the affordability and you can own them. So it's really getting at the home ownership, which, as you mentioned, we're pretty far down on the list in terms of home ownership. So what are you seeing nationally with respect to the condo market? And then what are opportunities here given Governor Lombardo's legislation or funding?
First of all, thank you for the question. From a national standpoint, what we are seeing is a pivot over to smaller units across the board, condos being one of those, right? That affordability challenge is real. The hard part, Councilwoman, is also the consumers are behaving differently in terms of what they want, right? The typical homeowner is about 38 years old. Today. That's almost a decade, well, not quite that, but that's much older than it was about 5 years ago. And so there's somewhat of a change in that. In addition to that, what we're seeing is that the income of younger generations is having a hard time keeping up. And so right now, the home builders are pivoting over to the folks that actually have the capital to go get it done. So while they're focused on that, I think it's important, right? I don't know that it necessarily solves the problem you and I would want it to solve. You asked about the governor and the legislature and the passage of the programs around housing attainability, which I think changed the game by increasing the threshold in which those dollars can be made affordable all the way up to 120% of AMI. That changes who can afford what, including those condos. Now, obviously, you're always going to have the concerns over things like construction defect and the reason that those slowed down previously. Again, I'm not here to make any political commentary, but as we go through that exercise, there is no doubt that home builders want to come out and build a different mix of product. There is no doubt that throughout the United States and here in Southern Nevada, entry-level housing doesn't exist anymore the way that it did when we were all growing up. Obviously, I'm older than many of you, but when we were all growing up, right, there was this thing called entry-level housing, right, that we don't have anymore relative to that. I think those builders want to do that. I think some of these smaller builders are going to line up to utilize those incentives that the governor and the legislature, I think in their wisdom, came forward with, right? Is it going to be enough? Not even close. Not even close.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jeremy, thanks for being here today. I could listen to you talk all day. You're always full of such good information. One of the things, well, your slide deck was great, that popped out to me is the consumer sentiment, consumer confidence slide. And your words about the lack of home rule for local government. 4 out of the 7 of us are previously elected state lawmakers, so we understand the pull, and you're right about your observations. It's not so much a partisan difference when the legislature's in session. It really is a governmental difference, and the struggle is real. My question to you, because most of our budgets that the legislature has to approve is based on C-tax, and C-tax is so firmly entrenched with sales tax. How do we move the needle with consumer confidence? No easy question.
The reality is I think we have both. Moving the needle with consumer confidence is going to require a change in the mindset of the United States, and I think for many people to get off of social media. Right? I think the reality, I'll say it out loud, I don't have a problem, right? I think the reality that in today's day and age, we are inundated with confirmation bias surrounding what we see, and the fear that people have of the economic situation is problematic for us. The number of people that get their news from X or TikTok or Instagram is much higher than it used to be, and I used to make jokes about that. I don't make jokes about that anymore, because that's the reality of where these folks are getting that. And when that news is being curated based on how you scroll and what things you click on, it becomes problematic. Right? We looked at that statistic relative to, are you doing better off than you were a year ago versus where you are today? We never saw an advent of that kind of separation between those two statistics in a pre-social media environment. And again, I think social media does a lot of wonderful things. I'm not here to be entirely negative relative to that. But the fact of the matter is that the more that confirmation bias can drive that negativity, I think it's going to continue to do that. We cannot ignore the fact that there's also huge levels of uncertainty. Again, I offer no political commentary whatsoever, but the fact that every day it's a new tariff, every day it's a new policy, every day it's something in the news, well, whether it has to do with immigration or anything else, that is leaving people concerned about what their position in the world is going to be, right? That uncertainty every day there's collateral damage associated with that, and it is that consumer-related activity that is taking place. Now, I suppose the hope of many is that over the long run we will be in a better place than we are today. But when you're looking at those consumer confidence, we cannot ignore the fact that they are both structural and they are cyclical. From a structural standpoint, consumers are starting to be concerned because roughly 40% of households could put their hands on $1,000 if they needed to today. That is frightening to me overall. That level of debt is at the highest level it's ever been. How in the world do our kids get ahead? I think that the people that are answering that question are dealing with the reality that we may be the first generation in history to do better than our parents and better than our children. God help us if that's the case. Those are real structural concerns that we have set up today. And layer on top of that the cyclicality associated with the fact that economies go up and economies come down, and we are less prepared for that today than we've ever been. Households have huge amounts of debt. Corporations are concerned that they've increased costs to a level that are problematic, and the United States government is sitting on $36 trillion worth of debt and just passed over the Ferguson line, which means that we are spending more money on the interest to our debt than we are spending on national security. Not okay. Not okay for us as a country. And so I think those consumers are right in terms of the way that they feel. And until we deal with those structural issues and those cyclical issues, we're in trouble.
Mayor, we have about time for like one more question. Is that okay?
Tom, with all due respect, I have to let every one of our city council people ask a question. Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Aguero. I've lived in Las Vegas for 35 years and worked in government for 26. And I can remember meetings in the conference room at the Regional Transportation Commission, and there was always perpetual discussion about the growing our economy and diversifying our economy. And we seem to make moves to get there, but the moment that our overall economy in the nation gets a little shaky, we entrench again in what we already know, and we give up on what we really know, which is that we can't keep doing this over and over again. Years ago, we heard from another economist that you know well that we have an opportunity in the healthcare market, but we're still not putting out nurses like we should, technicians, doctors, get their education here and then leave and go someplace else. What can we as a city do to ensure that we're doing everything that we can to encourage diversification and then breed that from the bottom up? Because I believe that that's where it begins, that we can't have a top-down mentality about this.
Yeah. Councilwoman, thank you for the question. In terms of what you can do, I think as much keep doing exactly what you're doing, finding pathways for that partnership between the city in terms of developing pipelines where those folks can come in and finding partnerships with them. I think that those changes are going to have to be made at the state level if they are going to be effective. Right? We have to increase the Medicaid reimbursement rates, right? That you cannot be paid less to be a doctor in Southern Nevada or in Nevada as a whole than you are in other places, our ability to attract folks. We have got to have more graduate medical education slots throughout the state of Nevada. Local governments maybe can work on contributing and helping with some of those. That's a state-related issue that's going to get done. In addition to that, I think that there was legislation last legislative session. I hope it continues to be part of the ongoing dialogue that would have created a public-private partnership for healthcare-related activity, not unlike what we did with the Raiders, not unlike what we did with the A's, not unlike what we did with Tesla, not unlike what we did with the Campus for Hope, where if you come into the state of Nevada and you say, I'm willing to invest $100 million, we'll find a way to match that investment or a lesser amount based on a competitive way of bringing those in. This was a piece of legislation that was discussed, and I realize budget issues create problems, but I think we could create public-private partnerships around the things that we need most. And maybe it's not as sexy as what we see in terms of some of these big other projects that are being out there, but it will save people's lives because far too many people either cannot get in to see someone, which I think is incredibly problematic, or are leaving the state of Nevada to go get the health care that we need. And to your point, I think the city of Las Vegas, again, you're bound by how many things you can do, and I'm really impressed by some of the initiatives that you've put on to try and create a pathway for new healthcare professionals to find their way into the system. I think it's brilliant, and I think it's the right thing to do. We got to do more, and I think the state is going to have to be your partner in getting it done if we're going to make a real change.
Okay. Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Aguero. I don't know how you can just spew all those facts and all that knowledge at that speed, but I commend you for being able to keep it lively and then also pepper us with significant data points. My question is around the acreage that you highlighted is shrinking in terms of availability for us to even move the needle in a lot of these spaces. Without land, we can't build more homes. Without land, we can't look at what projects we can entice someone to come and then offer awesome employment opportunities to our residency and constituency, because we're seeing how they're being left behind. And then with the mix of AI and how that may take some jobs away from our folks. I mean, the lights are blinking on the dashboard, right? And so, one, I wanted to know the 3 to 5 years, if fully developed, those acres, does that capture both residential and economic development opportunities for? So I'm trying to figure out, if we did X, then that would be the 3 to 5 years, or if we do them simultaneously. So that's the first part of my question. Okay. And then the other part of the question is, it also popped up or jumped out at me when we do the comparison between Vegas and Clark County and the industrial part of our economic development. We're kind of languishing in industrial, and then county's taking off in industrial. But I think it speaks to, again, our position, one, geographically in Southern Nevada and where we have land holdings and where now industrial may not fit in within the confines of our city. But I kind of wanted you to speak to if you think that that's still a viable opportunity for us. But I kind of have heard through several answers that healthcare workforce development is probably the smartest avenue for us to pursue, along with other areas that we've been bolstering. But I'm just going to let you answer.
Sure. Look, first of all, Councilwoman, thank you for the question, and I agree with everything that you said. Right? If we're talking about that 3 to 5 years that are out there, the reality is that you're going to pivot toward infill type development, which has a bunch of benefits to it to start with. But where can you do that? Where can we put some uses? We know that within the city, and frankly throughout Southern Nevada, that there are a fair number of developments that used to be the intersection of Main and just aren't anymore, and they are ripe for redevelopment, and finding the ability to do that, I think, is where you're going to see a great deal more of that. If you're asking me whether there's a sufficient amount of acreage to sort of change the trajectory of the city of Las Vegas, number one, I don't think there is. I think that's where there is. The other piece is, I don't know that that's what you would want to do even if there was, right? I think finding out and being very intentional about the leftover acreage is what's going to be critically important. On the second part of the question, dealing with the land use mix, right? It's always strikes me as kind of a funny thing, right? We can sit in here and we talk about political borders between the county and Las Vegas, or Henderson and the county, whatever, it's Henderson and Las Vegas. Right? We get these sort of conversations. People don't always sort of know what side of the border they're on. They know that's an industrial park out there in North Las Vegas. They know that this is the residential area where I live, those type of things, right? I think that the jobs housing balance is critically important for us as an urban valley. I don't know that I would necessarily change the things that you're doing, but I think what it would ultimately do is prompt a conversation about whether the distribution of the revenues that we are generating is fair and equitable. Because in many ways, right, if you have one location that's providing the service and another location that's generating the taxes, this is the long history of Southern Nevada. It's the reason we have the consolidated tax distribution formula today, because the Las Vegas Strip is within Clark County, and so we add up all the money and we distribute it based on a formula. As that build out continues to change, if there is inequity there, right? I think balancing that is in the best interest of everyone in Southern Nevada. Maybe not a very popular answer to some folks, but I think that is sort of coming across the totality of the state of Nevada, some places outside of Southern Nevada in a much larger way. Yes, ma'am.
Jeremy, on behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to thank you for your presentation and always your knowledge and expertise. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Lovely to see you.
Very welcome.
Jeremy, thanks. Incredible information, too. Just so much to absorb. As part of today's presentation, members of the city manager's executive team will be highlighting key accomplishments tied to the 3 strategic priorities. Each will provide a brief overview of progress made in each of the priority areas. First, we'll hear from Deputy City Manager Tim Hacker, who will walk us through recent accomplishments in the area of public safety, a top priority of our community. Next, Deputy City Manager Saber Newby will share updates on our healthcare priority. Then we'll hear from Chief Financial Officer Susan Hedgley, who will present on our work to diversify the economy. And then finally, Deputy City Manager Rosa Cortez will provide an overview of the capital improvement projects currently in design and under construction that support all 3 priority areas. With that, I'll turn it over to the city manager's executive team to begin their presentations.
And Tom, I've been asked to have a 5-minute break, so we're going to break for 5 minutes
Wonderful.
before Tim starts to speak.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, 5 minutes. Kara will be back in a minute, or you can get started and she'll, whatever you want to do.
Completely. It's up to you.
Give her another moment. Well, he'll do preliminary. I think I'm going to get started. Okay. All right. Tim, why don't you start?
All right. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. It's a pleasure to be here. Tim Hacker, Deputy City Manager. I'm going to be speaking, or I'm tasked with getting through 5 years of accomplishments in public safety in the city of Las Vegas. Since you've had these and you've read them, we don't want to spend a lot of time reading to you, but hopefully you can see that there are themes that pop out at you. And a lot of it is creating an environment where people can feel safe and can enjoy our community. We always, in the city of Las Vegas, not only look at our residents, but of course our 22+ million visitors a year. And you'll see as we talk and touch upon some of the highlights and investments in public safety over these past 5 years, a lot of it is really focused on that tourism experience, those commercial corridors. Of course, there's a word that pops up here. We have vulnerable citizens, our homeless citizens, and we talk a little bit and address a little bit about how do we mitigate, how do we work with, how do we get them to the services that they need. So out of those objectives, they really derive from goals. And what you're going to see, and I like the word partnership has come up in a lot of the conversations, is that we do partner. We partner internally and we partner externally through our neighborhood revitalization, community and law enforcement partnerships, and alternatives to incarceration, which were, again, those were themes that City Council talked about 5 years ago, and we put a lot of effort into. Budgets. Everybody knows that policy is made through commitments of resources, and you have committed resources over the past 5 years. And so we see the growth in our commitment, over 33%, almost 34% in public safety. That's internal, and that, of course, includes Metro as well. You've increased positions in those budgets, by over 10% for the City of Las Vegas departments. And then our funding for Metro, let's don't let it be lost that it meets a natural measure of maintaining 2 officers per 1,000. So this is 5 years condensed into 4 buckets for 4 departments that I have the pleasure of supporting. In DPS, you're going to see in all of these departments, but in DPS in particular, that traditional efforts are magnified, enhanced through technology. So when we talk about cameras, we're talking about cameras in our public spaces to help keep an oversight over what is going, direct our resources to where they need to be, including even the flock system, which deals with license plate reading and things like that. Again, new technology that helps expand our presence exponentially. There's a lot of outreach on there too, where you have a Citizens Police Academy. Well, from that, we had interested citizens, so why not look at creating a Chiefs Advisory Board? Canine. So we had not had a canine unit for quite some time. There was an opportunity to have some grant funds expended, and so why not utilize a canine unit in our corridors? You know, this particular one's a gun detection and whatnot, so that's really helped us, again, use technology to exponentially expand our reach. Las Vegas Fire is not far behind that, seeking safer grants, fire station replacements, addition of a new fire station up in Sky Canyon, a recent growth area. We've developed master planning that can look at what is the growth coming in. So there again, planning, community development is working with fire so that they can find areas to locate fire stations. Those development agreements help us get the land and secure the land and maybe even secure funding for it. And then our bomb squad, only one in Southern Nevada, but guess what? They've reached out throughout the state and have created a department in an association that helps us with that. Office of Emergency Management, someone mentioned COVID. Yes, that's what they focused on for almost over half of that 5 years. In addition to that, continuing to support the big, large regional game, the Super Bowl, the annual New Year's Eve party. They're involved in helping fund or plan for that and be part of the incident command systems on that. And then municipal court, we mentioned, let's find alternatives to incarceration. Our municipal court has been a leader on that. We added another specialty court fresh start program. I believe if you count some of our traffic specialty courts, that we're now up to about 7 specialty courts. That's incredible. And so working with the community to develop resources for those clients that come and need help, even in being properly attired to be present in court and have their cases addressed. Well, we have to get down to numbers, and so our Las Vegas Fire and Rescue numbers, it's apparent that they've been busy, and so growth of almost 13% in call numbers, that's for the region. Remember, we dispatch for 3 jurisdictions ourselves, North Las Vegas and Clark County. We've seen an increase in total incidents, that's for the city of Las Vegas, and then of over 2.5%, and then 43% increase in total transports. Why is that number so big? Remember, we implemented, with your support, the contract ambulance service. And so we are basically responsible for doing the service and billing for it. The second table talks about our prevention team. They are the people behind the scenes that are reviewing the plans and helping development. So 88% growth in fire plan review, 59% growth in total development related fire prevention activities, 53% in customer service response and fire safety complaints. Additionally, behind the scenes, working with community development and nuisance abatement and others, the community risk reduction efforts, over almost 47,000 safety violations have been corrected in this 5-year time frame to keep our community safe. Non-traditional, these are the partners that you might not think about, but public safety really is kind of everyone's business. And so we see here in the first table that there's a number of incidents where we're basically working to get out and become more ingrained in our community to make them develop trust and maintain that trust. And so the number of events that our public safety folks are there, including municipal court, is increased dramatically over this 5-year time frame. The more teams, that's where we're really getting out and bringing service providers to the folks that need that service, our vulnerable populations, our homeless population. Just look at the increased growth. A lot of that is because the council approved additional more teams through the budget. So you go from a mere 318 to over 20,000 contacts. That's not a number of encampments. That's the number of people that are receiving outreach and contacts. Our Metro, they have the hot team, and so that, again, you can see the dramatic increase in how many folks they are touching. Municipal court, this is also a nod to our criminal side of our city attorney's office, and you look at the criminal filings, and you see, well, Tim, that's actually dropping off a little bit. That's not without effort of our law enforcement to bring valid cases to them. There's a lot of efforts in Carson City that's been mentioned where there's been decriminalization on a lot of traffic and misdemeanor types of crimes have been decriminalized and are civil at this point in time. Dispatch, you can't forget them. I talked about their growth, but dispatch events for the Metro, you can see a slight increase in that 4-year time frame that's shown. However, calls received, as far as dispatch events increase, calls received is a little bit down, but it's consistent. I think it's consistent. It's fair to say that's been able to maintain that 2 officers per 1,000 has definitely allowed that to happen. Additionally, IT is a continued great source of support, and you can see, you don't have cameras throughout the community without IT. You don't address modem and connectivity issues in our fire apparatus and getting that information uploaded so that patients get the best service they can. You see code enforcement and the growth of code enforcement cases throughout the years. Again, multi-departments within the city working together. Public Works hauling away debris from encampments in these other areas. Communications, getting the word out about what's going on in the community and encouraging people to take public safety seriously. And then our Economic Development Department. You just, as a council, approved increasing the availability of security and safety grant programs and business protection programs. That's not lost on the impact in our tourist and our commercial corridors. I believe with that, if there's not questions, I turn it over to Saber Newby-Smith.
Okay, no questions? I guess not. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and council members. Health is one of the newest strategic priorities of the City of Las Vegas. Over the past 5 years, we've not only responded to an unprecedented global pandemic, but we've also proactively expanded our infrastructure, policies, and services to build a healthier, more resilient community, particularly for those most vulnerable among us. I'm Saber Newby, Deputy City Manager for the City of Las Vegas. I'm proud to walk you through a comprehensive look at our city's health-related accomplishments from fiscal year 2020 to 2025. This presentation highlights policies, programs, and projects that span mental health, homelessness, public safety, pandemic response, employee wellness, and regional coordination. So let's begin with a look at FY 2020, a year that tested our systems, but also catalyzed new approaches to care and coordination. So in FY 2020, you'll see that I've separated it out with new policies, programs, and projects. I'm not going to go through every single one in the interest of time. I am timing myself right now. But in new policies, there were, of course, because of COVID, virtual court operations and the transition that municipal court had to do that to those virtual operations to keep everyone safe. We also received about $4.9 million in HUD CARES Act funding to address homelessness, food insecurity, and special needs services. In the program section, of course, we had 2 new programs addressing business needs, the Business Protection Program and the Business Preparedness Grant Program. The Protection Program provided $61,000 in RDA funding to 61 businesses to help them with their storefront security, and Business Preparedness helped all of those businesses open up again with $4,000 grants to small businesses for PPE and retrofits and training. Into the new projects, of course, we can't forget Camp Cashman. That was a temporary shelter that was opened up by the city when there was a COVID outbreak at Catholic Charities. And then, of course, the ISOQ facility that we opened up that diverted 2,220 bed nights from hospitals and treated 245 patients. Moving along to fiscal year 2021, when COVID really hit its stride, we had new policies, including changing our DPS inmate intake, and that was so successful that the transmission rates were actually kept under 1%. On to new programs. Who could forget the vaccination pods? Those pods were for employees, for law enforcement, and expanded to 6 ward-based community clinics prioritizing underserved neighborhoods. Also, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue created a program for care facility coordination that was with 22 nursing rehab facilities that improved communication, reduced 911 overuse. We also had a number of training programs through HR for our employees, and that also was the year that we expanded and introduced the Aero Transit. The Aero Transit buses, of course, help take our homeless individuals to places that they need to go. In terms of new projects that year, we had the Recuperative Care Center rounded out its first year, serving over 300 patients. And one of the more interesting and science-based items, Public Works conducted local and national studies detecting the COVID virus in our wastewater, as well as PFAS. On to 2022, of course, new policies. One of those included the correctional health accreditation. Our detention center was reaccredited under NCCHC standards, which is in compliance with national jail health standards. In terms of new program, we restored the community paramedic program. We also instituted, through Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, the Contract Ambulance Service, or CAS. In terms of new projects, we instituted the UV sanitization, I knew I was going to get that wrong, at City Hall. On to 2023, in terms of new policies, we have opioid settlement fund strategy that we were beginning to implement that year. We also launched the SHIFT program, which helps homeowners with both code enforcement and health safety violations. And in terms of new projects, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue and Neighborhood Services had a new agreement to cooperatively align downtown corridor health and human services. Into 2024, we have the Neighborhood Services Department successfully applied for and received Medicaid provider status. So we have a type 20 Medicaid provider status that allows for reimbursement, both for Las Vegas Fire and Rescue and hopefully in the future for the RCC and courtyard services. In terms of the new programs, we have also CAS and the CRT, which I will talk a little bit more about later. And we launched the Mommy Mentors program, which pairs pregnant women with community mentors and health screenings. We had a number of employee wellness sessions and public safety wellness sessions that we expanded to there as well. In terms of new projects, we transitioned the courtyard to a new service provider, Nevada Behavioral Health, which has expanded mental health services available for our guests there. And we also opened our Health and Wellness Center over on Main next to the courtyard. In 2025, moving along, our government affairs team were able to get the SB 54 passed and signed by the governor. This will allow us to hopefully in the future bill Medicaid for services at the RCC. In terms of new programs, we launched the EMT Scholarship Program in combination with the Mayor's Fund to support increased EMT training. and the opioid recovery funding, of course, that we started to develop the policy around, directed $1.2 million to housing services and specialty courts. In terms of new projects, you have EUD launching their biohealth innovation challenge, and we have also agreements just recently with the Nevada State University for sublease space in the Women's Cancer Center in the medical district, and those services will be around children's health. Before we close, though, I want to take a moment to highlight one of the most transformative areas of our health strategy, and that is in the area of mental and behavioral health. Over the past several years, the city of Las Vegas has made significant strides in building a compassionate, coordinated response to mental health needs, especially for individuals in crisis, first responders, and our unhoused neighbors. These are just some of those efforts that we have undertaken, and I'd like to go through just a couple of them. The CRT ambulance that I mentioned earlier is a public-private partnership, and that's a specialty ambulance that is staffed with both EMS and a licensed clinical social worker, and they respond to mental and behavioral health crises. Originally established in FY21, we now have 4 CRT units, and last year we handled almost 6,000 calls. Also, we integrated a licensed clinical social worker into the call center. That's important because it allows that communications center to have a licensed clinical social worker address some of those calls where it might not be a medical issue, but it's a mental health issue. We also have a ARPA-funded mental health facility coming with the new RCC. That's a $10 million addition with state ARPA funds. The Crisis Stabilization Center, although it isn't ours, it's Clark County's, but we are able to use it. That opened also during this time. It's 35 chairs available 24/7 for people in psychiatric crisis. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department opened up their Wellness Bureau for personnel, families, retirees to provide confidential mental health supports. And of course, the specialty court also opened up during this time their mental health court, providing those services. And finally, how could we forget the Campus for Hope was launched, the foundation was launched, and their state match was received. And we look forward to that being established and providing additional mental health services for our unhoused population. And that rounds it out for me. I'd like to welcome, Susan Helsley.
Ms. Newby?
Sabra, I think
Yes.
that some of the council members have some questions.
Okay.
Olivia?
Well, I just want to, because we know our lingo and we've been working on a lot of the initiatives over these years, but I don't know how many in the audience who are here with us today really know what the Recuperative Care Center's function is and how it is one of a kind in our Southern Nevada area. So I just wanted you to elaborate, just because just saying Recuperative Care Center doesn't really expand on what the work that unfolds in there and how we're trying to expand the mission. So I just wanted you to give the highlights of what it all entails.
Sure. So for the audience, the Recuperative Care Center is a one-of-a-kind facility that we have in Southern Nevada. It's run through FQHC that we contract with. And essentially what it is so for you and me, when we experience some sort of health issue and we're hospitalized, oftentimes we're discharged from the hospital and we go back to our home and we watch Netflix and people bring us chicken soup. But for our unhoused population, they have no place to go. And so oftentimes it leads to just a circular process where they go back to the streets, they get worse, they get re-hospitalized, sometimes with even worse outcomes than they started with. So the Recuperative Care Center is a place, it was about 40 beds currently because it's relocated because we're building a new one. It's about 20 beds, but it allows folks to go there and get better. It's staffed with nurses, it has a medical director, and so they can really take the time off of the streets to heal and get back on their feet before they're discharged. And actually, it also allows us, while they're there and staying at the RCC, to be able to work with them on housing. So we actually have a pretty high rate of being able to house those individuals after they are discharged from the RCC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was the one question.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Susan Heltsley, Chief Financial Officer for the record. I get the privilege of talking about Priority 3, diversifying our economy. And the first question is, why is economic diversification so important? Well, if you look at our revenue picture, almost 75% of our revenue comes from consolidated tax and property tax. And we are an economically volatile area. As Jeremy Aguero is alluding to, we are very tourism dependent. So most of our C-tax is sales tax. And so the one thing about economic diversification, the city can't single-handedly diversify the economy, but what we do is we support it by encouraging infrastructure investments and by making it easier to do business here. So how do we bolster our consolidated tax revenue? Well, one of the things that we can do is not only do we need different types of businesses, but we need more businesses. So since 2020, our business licenses have increased 3.7% from about 33,872 to 35,136. We've also streamlined alcohol on-premises licenses back in April of 2022. We reduced those categories from 26 to 11. We reduced the origination fee from $75,000 to $5,000, and by doing this, we have really seen a lot of growth in our craft beer industry in the Arts District. How many of you guys have visited the Arts District and partaken in some of those wonderful breweries? And so we've seen a 10% growth in licenses from April 22 to June 30th, 2025. We also are supporting our current businesses. That was one of the things that we really need to make sure we focus on, not only bringing new businesses to the community, but supporting those businesses that are already here. So one of the things that we did with some of our ARPA money is we started a mobile food vendor safety grant program. Those are for our food truck vendors. A lot of our food trucks were not licensed by the health department. They weren't up to snuff with fire. So we had grants that actually enabled those folks to get up to snuff with the health department. They were fire inspected. We had 70 businesses that participated from November 22 to January of 2025, and 48 of those businesses are still actively licensed. So we consider that a very successful program. Another thing that we can do is, how do we bolster our property tax revenue? As Jeremy was saying in our earlier slides, the majority of our tax base is residential properties. 75% is residential, 25% is commercial. That comes from the county. That's their numbers. And so one of the things that we're doing is we're looking for land conversion opportunities. We have a lot of zero property tax parcels. Those are parcels that we don't get tax revenue from. They're either underutilized public facilities. Public facilities, if they're owned by the government, they don't pay property tax. Or underutilized open space. So if you have a vacant lot, your property tax is very, very low, or vacant BLM land. So one of the things that we're focusing on developing is developing those particular parcels to generate property tax, additional sales tax, business license fees, and everything that comes along with it. So we've had several recent successes. Nevada Hand, they finalized a DDA for an 11-acre BML parcel at Westcliff. That will become 240 units of multifamily housing. The Ovation Heirloom at Rome, Decatur, that just opened. That is a $78 million senior affordable housing project. Badlands, that closed golf course will eventually become almost 1,500 homes with an overall impact of $1.25 billion to the economy. Cashman and Grant Sawyer redevelopment, that's a former government public facility which could become 1,500 workforce housing units with an overall impact of $650 million. The Desert Pines Golf Course, that is a public facility golf course that will become 1,500 affordable and market rate homes with an overall impact of over $600 million. And then Sky Summit, that's former BLM land that will become 3,500 homes with an overall impact of $3 billion. So how else are we supporting economic diversification? Well, we utilize RDA tools to advance redevelopment. You'll see on the slide that our revenue, the property tax that's generated from the RDA continues to grow. 18% of that is used to fund education and affordable housing projects. The remainder is used for strategic land purchases, developer incentives, visual and safety improvements, and other program costs. One of the tools that the RDA uses is called a Tourism Improvement District, otherwise known as a TID. That is sales tax that's generated by a business that can then be redirected back to the business. And one of the most known TIDs here in the city is Area 15. How many of you guys have been to Area 15? It's a pretty cool place. So they have two TIDs. The first one, it will pay back about 14% of their initial investment over a 20-year period. And the new one that just opened up, where they're putting in the Universal House of Horrors and all that stuff, that's their second TID. That will generate about 13% of the construction cost. Those are billion-dollar projects that may not have come to the city without this particular tool. Another tool that we use is called tax increment financing, or a TIF, and that's property tax that is paid back to the developer. So another good example that's just right across the street from us, over here at the World Trade Center, the Expo Convention Center, they use a TIF. We rebate their property taxes, and they pay money on their loan that they took out. They took out a $30 million bond to build that. That pays for both their principal and interest on that bond. We also have opportunity zones, and those were created under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. And those are economically distressed communities that provide tax incentives to encourage investment and spur economic growth. Southern Lands District, they're in the Arts District. They are building a 337-unit multifamily project with retail and restaurant space. Also in the Arts District, the Miles is going in. That's a 311-unit multifamily project with restaurant space. And then over here in Symphony Park, Southern Land is building a high-rise and a mid-rise with over 500 units. We also have new market tax credits. Investors provide capital to community development entities. Those investors receive a 39% tax credit spread over 7 years. And if you guys ever want to get into this, it's really boring, but it's a lot of information on new market tax credits, but I'll just tell you, we've closed 12 deals. Our most recents have been with the Westside Library, the Strong Start Academy, and the Courtyard. So there's a lot of opportunity with those. Other opportunities that we're looking at, we're providing more workforce training opportunities. One of the things that we've heard about when businesses want to come to Southern Nevada is we don't have a trained workforce. So we are partnering with the College of Southern Nevada to provide education and training centers on city land. So the Westside Education and Training Center just opened at the historic Westside School. The Eastside Education and Training Center, that will be part of the new Desert Pines development that's going in. It was just awarded a $5 million grant from the U.S. Economic Development Administration, and the Medical District Education and Training Center has recently applied for an EDA grant. So we have 3 of those. One of them is already open, and 2 of them are on the way. Another thing is we're facilitating expanding broadband and high-speed internet providers. It's another thing we hear about when we talk to some of these businesses that want to come, that they're more high-tech. We don't have great internet here. So Google Fiber, Teleport Communications, and Gigapower, they're making hundreds of millions of dollars in investment here in Las Vegas to bring better internet. It will benefit our residents, our remote workers, and any businesses that want to come. We're also encouraging growth in biotechnology. The BioHealth Innovation Challenge is a $10 million competition that seeks innovative proposals to develop and operate a biosciences incubator lab. And a winner will be announced in the fall of 2026. So how have we benefited from the Valley's economic diversification? Because remember, it's not just the city of Las Vegas, it's all of us. So we've got all kinds of things going on in the medical district. The Kirk Kerkorian School of Medicine matriculated its first class in July 2017. Its medical building opened in 22. We've got all kinds of things happening. Recently opened in the medical district, the Lumina Las Vegas Memory Care Center, the Women's Cancer Center. There's hardly any office space available right now, so on the horizon, we've got a DDA for Goldstein Medical Office Building. There's an ENA with Parting Seas. Nevada Health and Biosciences Corporation is starting construction on a new public health land. All kinds of stuff is happening in the medical district. And as you guys probably know, Southern Nevada is becoming a bit of a sports industry mecca. While our sports teams do not necessarily diversify our economy to the extent that manufacturing will, it does provide us a more stable base for the tourism industry because it gives more people more reasons to visit. So since 2017, we've become the home of the Golden Knights, the Aces, the Aviators, the Raiders, the Silver Knights, the Desert Dogs, the Nighthawks, the Thrill, the fabulous Sin City Rollers, and coming soon, the Athletics. We also continue to be a huge draw for adult and youth sporting events. We've got the Players Showcase Challenge Showcase, the Mayor's Cup, and the Vegas Cups, all huge soccer teams or soccer tournaments here. And we have upcoming opportunities to further expand the sports industry with our regional pickleball complex, our regional aquatic complex, and an RFP will be going out for a youth adult hockey facility. So with that, I will turn it over to Rosa Cortez, who will talk to us about our capital improvement
Any
projects.
questions?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Rosa Cortez, Deputy City Manager, here to close out this session and give you an overview of our capital improvement projects that we currently have in design and construction. We currently have 94 projects at a value of $1.3 billion. This is just a depiction of how the projects are distributed across the city of Las Vegas. 71 of the 94 are in design and 23 are currently in construction. And these are the three current strategic priorities we have, and we place the projects in one of these categories. For public safety, we have the traditional fire safety and public safety. We also have the non-traditional for our flood control projects, our pedestrian and street safety projects. For healthcare, we have our health and wellness centers, our recuperative care center, and park and trail improvements that provide heart health. And then for economic diversification, we have projects that support that and that are our complete street projects, our workforce development projects, parking garages, and bridges and overpasses. And when we put those in those categories, of the 9450 are public safety at a value of $740 million, 21 are healthcare at $220 million, and economic diversification come in at 23 projects at $370 million. And here is a graphical depiction of that. As you can see, public safety takes the win at 56%. Now I will go and highlight just a few projects of the 94. Currently, we have Craig and Park Field Modification Project under construction. This project is located near Valley View and Fulton. It is near Fire Station number 5 and Hyde Park Middle School. This project includes 2 new soccer artificial fields, a baseball field, a new playground and shade structure. In addition to programming soccer here at the park, we also allow Hyde Park Middle School to have their PE classes. This project will be complete in the next 30 days and will be ready to be utilized. The next project here is the Regional Aquatic Center Pavilion Pool. This project is also under construction. It is located in Summerlin, near Palo Verde High School. This project brings you an Olympic-sized pool and a building that will provide not only local and state swim meets, but also national and international. And this is the home to our Southern Nevada Sandpiper Swim Club. They're a well-renowned team that prepared for the Olympics, and we did get some winners out of that Olympic team, so congrats to them. This project would be complete by spring of 2026. The next one we have is a Strong Start Academy expansion at 9th and Bridger. This project is also under construction, and we expect to have this complete by the end of the year. This project brings to us a new building that will be including 9 new classrooms to service 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students. This will supplement the class that is currently existing there that provides kindergarten through 2nd grade. This project does support our workforce development as students enter the education system. The next project is our Arts District parking garage. This is a much needed parking garage in the heart of 18B Arts District. This brings 500 parking spaces, including spaces for electric vehicles, and it also has space for retail, for new business opportunities, as well as some public art installation. We look forward to seeing this project complete by summer of 2026. The next project is the pickleball complex at Wayne Bunker Park. This is a new state-of-the-art facility. It will be starting construction later in the year. It is 24 courts, which include 2 championship courts. It is located at Buffalo and Alexander. And studies show that pickleball provides health and physical benefits to our community, and this facility will also support new sports tourism to our community. Next one is the Recuperative Care Center that you heard about from Sabra, and this project is under construction. It is located at Main Street near Formaster, and we should have this one complete by next summer as well of 2026. And then we have the Sky Canyon Providence area, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, Substation and Park. This one is located on the southwest corner of Grand Teton and Wallapai. This project will have a groundbreaking ceremony next week or a couple weeks, and we hope to have this station open by the end of 2026. It will be a new substation for the Northwest to help reduce response times for emergency calls, and then we'll also have a 2-acre city park. The next one is the Fire Station 103 replacement. This new fire station will be located at Alta and Falcon. It will replace the station that is currently located at Jones and Upland. It's a new 4-bay fire station, and we should expect to start construction next year. We have the Summerlin Trail project. This is a trail that starts at Rampart and goes to the 215. It connects the existing Bonanza Trail with the 215 trail. It is 3.5 miles of trail, 12-foot path, multi-use, and it is in construction, and we expect to be complete by fourth quarter of 2026. Then we have the Fire Station Center rehabilitation. We're rehabbing the existing fire training center on Mojave, which is located between Bonanza and Harris. We will be upgrading the training elements on the training grounds behind the building, and this should start construction first quarter of 2026. We have the Health and Wellness Center at Bonanza and Lamb, currently in design. It's a new 15,000 square foot building located on the south side of Bonanza, just east of Lamb, and it will provide healthcare services to a community that where areas where healthcare is not available for some of our members. The next facility is the Red Rock Communications Center. This is a joint project with the City of North Las Vegas, Clark County, Metro, and Las Vegas to build a 911 joint community center on the southeast corner of Deer Springs and Schaumburg Road. This project is currently in design. And lastly, almost lastly, West Las Vegas Library remodel. We are remodeling the old Las Vegas Library. The new library located on MLK will be open soon, and we are looking at making this space a new arts center with a new black box theater, which will be the first in our city's inventory, new dance rooms, music rooms, multi-purpose room, and office space. And then finally, we have the Northwest Regional Park. This is a 160-acre parcel where 40 acres is designated for the school district for a new high school. The other 120 is to provide vital green space for our community with new soccer fields, baseball fields, softball fields, and a dog park, and some park amenities. And we are currently working on phase 1 of this project and hope to continue to make this project become fruition for us. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Riley.
Does anybody, any question? No.
Mayor, I think we're good on time, but to wrap up by noon. Is that still?
I think we're good.
Excellent. Let me see if that. The next slide coming up. Yeah. There we go. So, why do we do strategic planning? I can tell you, in every role that I've served, this is one of the most important functions of the elected board. There's no way you can do your job without it. There are several reasons why we do strategic planning and set such strategic priorities. One is optimization. It gives the organization its best chance at a successful future. It's the old adage, if you don't know where you're going, you're not going to get there. Second, and most importantly, it's justification, and it provides a rational basis for resource allocation. And this becomes extremely important when there's all these priorities and all these important issues that surface. How do you manage that? How does the board come up with where are the priorities and where do we allocate precious resources? Priorities make a difference. And alignment. It helps staff, leadership, and elected officials move in the same direction. Right? It gets everybody on board. The latest employee survey you had a large percent, 80% of your workforce said, hey, I identify with one of these areas. My work's important. This is where the board set the priority, and I feel I am contributing to that. So this is why we do strategic reporting, and it's probably one of the most important functions that you do as a city council. Just a couple ground rules and just for guidance. One is that, as we discussed, it's a citywide focus, right? Not that we ignore wards, but it is a citywide focus when we put what our strategic priorities are. Don't be concerned with wordsmithing. We'll do that. Put your ideas out there. Just whatever those ideas, we'll capture them, we'll wordsmith, and we'll come back by the end of the day. We have a parking lot. Basically, if stuff comes up, if internal issues come up, if stuff that are important, put them out there. We'll capture them on a parking lot, and we'll come back to them. Fewer is better. You came up with 3 5 years ago. I would just caution anything over 5 is probably too many, and it's really going to be hard to operationalize. So I think that we'll start big. We want to be very inclusive. In fact, before we go to lunch, I'm going to ask each of you to do 10 major strategic priorities. We'll whittle them down in the afternoon. And here's kind of the issue and the balance. Be careful not to identify a priority area that you have no control over. You don't want to deal with graduation rates in K through 12 or in higher education. You don't want to be responsible for child welfare. Here's the balance. You also don't want to neglect areas where you ignore your power as a convener. In fact, I would argue that the central role of government isn't necessarily to be a provider of services. It's your ability to convene. It's to bring people together around important issues, give accurate information for people to make informed decisions. Now, I'm agnostic about your past priorities as facilitator and going forward, but I will use healthcare as an example of a convener. In fact, I use this in class as an example of the power to convene. You don't have all the resources to deal with healthcare outcomes in this community, but your power is to bring people together. It's what we talk, managing people and managing resources that don't belong to us. That's the skill set we need of employees, because we need others to accomplish what's important in our city. So the balance is, don't take on something at the end of the day you're going to be blamed for. At the same time, don't ignore your powerful role as a convener to bring people together. And I used the healthcare as an example that you identified 5 years ago, and your power to convene people around an important issue. Okay, any questions, comments, or, and I know if I'm off track, I know the mayor and others, you'll make sure I stay on track, so I'm not worried about that. But I wanted to actually just one thing, and it's just more of just a quick roundtable, and then we'll kind of jump into some of the important issues about thinking big about the strategic priorities. So based upon the wealth of information that Jeremy presented in your own staff, if we could just and we'll capture this on both constraints and opportunities, what opportunities and constraints are going to shape your next priorities? And just brainstorm big on this too, and we'll just do round robin discussion. But what are those big constraints and opportunities as you look at the next 3 to 5 years that's going to impact your ability to set priorities? And anybody can run with it.
Councilwoman Kelly?
Thank you, Mayor. Available and. is a constraint, obviously. Lack thereof.
Yep, Jeremy pointed that out very well. Others?
A constraint that I see is, how do we say, ever shrinking, yes, like the economy is not doing well, so we know that therefore funds are receding instead of increasing. So a shrinking or a stagnant economy, I guess, would be.
The concerns about either stagnant or actually a reduction, right?
Yes.
Financial.
So the economic outlook is questionable, right? I mean, the indicators that Jeremy put out there are concerning, not only for Las Vegas, but elsewhere, but they're concerning.
And then an opportunity, I think, for us to explore is, it is going and moving at lightning speed, so technology, and how do we use it to maximize our efficiency?
It's challenging to keep up with AI and technology these days. It's just.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm going to highlight kind of what I think is most important for me in the process is the philosophy that Jeremy kind of pointed to. A constraint is, I think in the past, there's been this thought that we're on an island, that we work within just the city boundaries, that we can't influence. I think that's a constraint. It's just the thought process. The opportunity, on the other hand, is we can convene and we can partner. And if we put ourselves in that mindset, I think we have a lot more ability to influence anything that we decide to focus in on.
That constraint, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem, can we put limited jurisdiction? Would that describe your constraint, or would you describe that in other words?
I would say, I think for me, it's thinking about the thought process is our ability to think beyond just the confines of the city as an organization. We have the ability to bring people on. The constraint is our understanding of that.
And Councilman, I'd also say that is also an opportunity. Is it your ability to convene and use that powerful role? I mean, who else can do that? To bring all the players together. Private sector can't do that. Government can do that, right? We don't always have to lead, right? We can bring people together and decide how to move forward on important issues. Yeah. So both a constraint and an opportunity there.
I agree. Nancy?
I have two constraints. One would be water or natural resources, and the other one would be sort of in the face of increasing demands, we have a limited tax base.
So both the water and national resources and the tax base, right? Just ability, either through home rule or just ability to go out there and raise new revenue around issues, and the tolerance of the public in order to be taxed.
Do you have any opportunities that you wanted to mention? I'll come back to that. Oh, okay. Francis?
Can you use the mic? Yes, for the record? Yeah. Okay. Constraint not listed yet is financial constraints, budgetary constraints.
So many priorities, right? And this is why these strategic priorities are so important. It provides that rational basis for resource allocation. That's the tough decisions, right? It gives your city manager and their staff to decide how we're going to allocate these limited resources based upon the priorities you set.
And I don't know if that will ever truly embrace them as much as we should or can, but the opportunities to work with other levels of government. Yeah. Because coming together time and time again, when you look at success stories across the country, it's usually most impactful when state and local government works together on the same opportunity.
Huge issue. It's how your employees, what employees you're bringing on. The skill set they need are these soft skills, to be able to persuade, to negotiate, to bring people together. We can teach them hard skills. It's these soft skills that are so important. How do we bring those resources to people who don't belong to us, but we need them at the table, right? That's it.
Okay.
Councilwoman?
Ms. Summers Armstrong?
Thank you. I'd like to put an opportunity to counter the available land. I think that we have more opportunities than we know to partner to use underutilized land as opportunities for us to have housing And I think in the community that I serve, there are opportunities to partner with faith-based organizations and nonprofits to be able to do the best that we can to address the housing crisis. But I think it goes back to another limitation, which is dollars and cents. And people being prepared and knowing how to work with government to make that work and to get into this space of developing it. It's sort of a closed chest. There's only a few people who, know how to do it, and oftentimes they're for profit, right? And so how do we work with folks who have a different perspective and can meet the needs of a different population? If you look at even Symphony Park, most of the housing that is being developed here is for those baby boomers, high income folks. That's not where the crisis is.
And, we can also learn from other cities that have been landlocked, right? Is that how do you grow smartly? How do you grow up? How do you look at those resources, right? In the past, we just talked about just unlimited growth in Southern Nevada. We have to think differently, right? But it's not like other communities haven't faced this that we can learn from.
Kara?
Thank you. I think an opportunity is our attitude. As lived here and been involved for so many years, and I like to say, when you get here in the morning, if you just got here, we're happy to see you. We have a can-do attitude. It's what's transformed our tourism industry. It's why all the positive things about us. I know we have a lot of challenges, but we have a can-do attitude, and I think anytime we can harness that and then convene or get people believing the fact that we can, as Herb Kelleher used to say, and he started Southwest Airlines, he hires attitude because you can train everything else. And I think that's one of our biggest strengths and opportunities.
Right. Nice. Others?
So I have two opportunities. One is we have both state and local investment / financing tools. So we've got the RDA, we've got the different increment or with TIFs and SIDS. And then at the state level, Governor Lombardo has directed a lot of money to housing. So I think we have those opportunities. And then my second opportunity is currently we don't have a very large philanthropic base, but I see that as an opportunity to really bring in the philanthropic dollars to support our priorities.
Councilwoman, I think you bring up a really good point. The tools, right? Is that how do you take advantage of existing tools out there to accomplish your goals too? And sometimes we don't focus on those a lot, so that's really spot on. And turning to the philanthropic base and the faith-based communities too to help as part of this community to realize these important priorities.
More? Any other opportunities?
I was just going to add, I think I think we're the only jurisdiction in Southern Nevada that I know of that does this. So I would say our staff are an opportunity. We have an exceptional team at the City of Las Vegas. We have a great executive team, and they're the ones that put us ahead of everybody else. And I myself am very competitive. I think this council is competitive. They're our competitive advantage. And
I'm not just saying this because I'm here, but I think I've told you this all personally when I met with you too. I've been impressed, just about the can-do attitude too, and just, even the preparation of this, or the type of information they provided to council to make these informed decisions was impressive. And it doesn't always exist, let me tell you that.
Yes, Kara.
I think the other side of financial and budgetary constraints is, I want to be really careful how I say this, Susan, but I'm going to use the word creativity, but we don't like to use creativity when we talk about budgets and finances, because that's what gets you in trouble. But what I'm hearing here is the C-tax and how there's been a challenge, the structure of our taxes, which I know from a bigger perspective, because that's been the same, after the 1980s property tax shift. But I think thinking about things differently, really trying to focus on have a more innovative thinking about revenue and the structure of revenue could be a great opportunity.
Good point. And how you operationalize these are going to be important. So, you're going to talk big priorities today. Your staff's going to actually come back. They're meeting with department heads on October 23rd, 28th, and come back to you with how you're going to operationalize that. And that's what you need to pay attention to your points, is that the priority is one thing, but how you operationalize accomplishments is really important. Other opportunities or constraints?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So an opportunity that I believe that we have just to tie into evolving technology is workforce training. I think that is really important. We see it with WETC and what's going to happen with ETSI and what's the acronym? METSI? Okay. I think that those are really amazing opportunities that we have to fill in the gaps that are going to fuel diversification of our economy. And I'm proud to say that the city of Las Vegas is at the forefront of that. If we know that we have these gaps in service and employment, and we see that we have these gaps in income, but we're preparing from a community base, which is much different than a 10,000 foot, but it's very personalized. We now prepare our community to grow financially, educationally, and I think that that's an amazing opportunity for us to fill in the positions that are open in these expanding careers, and I'm really excited about it. And Councilman Knutson, I'm trying to put as many people to work from Ward 5 over in your neighborhood as I possibly can. I think it's a wonderful opportunity, and that's forward thinking from staff and collaborating with others to get it done.
And that's a good example. You're not owning education, but you're adding value to that, right? To existing stuff out there in order to train the workforce to make things happen. Yeah. Any other constraints or opportunities? And we can come back to this, but does that capture the majority of them? Okay, so before our lunch, what I was hoping to do, because we'll use our lunch to kind of pull all this together, is that you have those stickums in front of you. If you can go up to 10 priorities, think big at this point. We'll narrow it down, and don't worry about being duplicative, right, at this point. So what you do is that for each one is write, and use your Sharpie if you could, because we want to put those up there and cluster them together. If you could just spend like 10 minutes going up there and just listing where you think the priorities are. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do a readout. Staff is going to collect them. And then over lunch, we're going to cluster them together, right, and try to wordsmith a priority for you. So at this point, don't worry. Ignore what I said about the 3 to 5. Think big up to 10, because we'll get down to that after lunch, if that's okay.
Level of specificity, like housing or...
Yeah.
It can be as broad as healthcare. It can be broad as public safety. But even if you're narrow, we're going to clump those together too. So at this point, think big. So we want to make sure we capture everything, and we'll be able to put those in buckets afterwards if it's more narrow or more specific. So if you could use your Sharpie and just one per stickum, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you read them out.
Okay.
And, just kind of put them right on the table, and then after you read them out, staff is going to collect them, and we'll do our work over lunch. So take about 10 minutes.
have 10.
Oh, that's right. We have a plan at lunch so that you know our plan at lunch is at lunch I'm going to go up to that board and I'm going to start pulling off these looks and just hand them to them. So we have a plan for how we put that cultural dance practice that goes through. So we got a plan for it.
I don't have 10. Okay. Yeah, these are the ones I think are doable also.
Just go stick them up there. Eliminate social media.
Remember, it has to be something you can do.
Right.
There's no other plans.
I think they're gonna click, but I'll ask.
Oh, where do we go? Oh, do we go put them up? Okay.
No, we're going to collect them in a second. I'm going to have you read them. And then we're going to.
Okay, they're collecting? Okay.
So about 2 more minutes, and then if you miss something, don't worry. We can always come back to it. No idea is a bad idea. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have if you wouldn't mind, each of you just do a readout. No explanation, just a readout at this point. Over lunch, we're going to kind of group them together and see if we can come up and wordsmith some priorities. So think big. Just read them out. No justification or explanation at this point. We'll have plenty of time to do that right after lunch. It looks like everybody's done writing. So, Mayor, to facilitate calling people, so
Okay, so-
each person to read them, and if you repeat what someone else says, that's okay. Just these are your 10 or so at this
You
point.
know what? Why don't I start?
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Most of them are the ones that I support and embrace the 3 that we heretofore have identified. So they're public safety, healthcare, and economic development. In addition to that, I would like to add the following possibilities. I listened when our constituents spoke during public comments, and I agree that housing, which to me also includes working on the homeless crisis, so it's all connected, but housing and homelessness, education. And while I know we have a robust Clark County School District, we still have a number of things that the city should and could be partnering with on that. Increase cultural and art opportunities. I think that's very important for a livable community. And transit options. I would like to see us working with the other jurisdictions and coming up with other opportunities for transportation. So possibility of getting people out of their cars and getting to their place of employment and other places that they want to go. So those are my 7.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. And we'll collect those, and then next.
Oh, yeah.
We're just going to collect your stickum so we can group them together.
And while we're collecting mine, Sandra, would you like to speak next? You're still, okay, Francis?
Oh, yes.
It's okay to repeat, too. Just.
Yeah, there are definitely some duplicative here, and I haven't even counted. I might have gone over.
That's okay. The mayor only did 7, so you can have 3.
Only have 8, so I have 2 credit. Public safety, first. Increase household wealth at all levels. Jobs, decrease unemployment. More home ownership. Safe schools. Attainable housing. That one's an onion. Safe roads. And encourage the feeling of safety in one's home.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Feeling safe in one's home.
Okay.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
We'll collect those.
Before I call on Nancy, I want to add one more. Communication, I think that is so important. If the city has programs that help people and point them in the right direction, if they need assistance, if we're not communicating the programs that we have that are available, then we might as well not have them. And I think that's a shortcoming of government in general, is that we don't communicate enough with our constituents. Even though we try and we think we do, I think there's always room for improvement in that area.
Under communicating, right. Can we collect that also one from the mayor? Okay.
Okay, and
next.
with that, okay, Nancy?
Okay, I have economic development, quality high-wage jobs, job growth, affordable childcare, attainable housing, home ownership, reduced homelessness, expanded public transportation, public safety / clean, safe neighborhoods, and public amenities, specifically parks and sports fields.
Thank you.
So much.
Councilwoman.
Kara, are you still, you're ready? All right, Kara.
Thank you. Economic growth, workforce training, I said proactive workforce training, quality of life, healthcare, redevelopment, which is more about infill development. I know that there was a definition someone had, but I could have gotten that wrong. Financial management, revenue stability, the unhoused, accessible housing.
Thank you so much. Olivia?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have public safety / street safety. I have healthcare, economic diversification, cleanliness and beautification of our neighborhoods, improved transit system, workforce training, housing, supporting small businesses, more art, and high-wage jobs.
Sandra?
Okay. So, not surprising, public transportation, affordable housing, rental and purchase, employment diversification, and I would like to add just to that one, that we are careful with how we fund that. Meaning that I'm concerned about our penchant for always using our own tax dollars first, that when we're diversifying, that we are ensuring that whoever we're working with also has skin in the game in an equitable manner that is going to support our community. Public safety, workforce training, with jobs at the end of it, really a commitment to jobs. Dealing with homelessness, which deals with housing. Climate. Some of our neighborhoods, especially the older ones, have heat islands, and I think that's important. Also, water and pollution also deal with how we, fits into that as well. Access to health care, and as I mentioned before, finding creative ways to get infill development done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a couple of, and we talked about this, Dr. Riley, I had some internal focuses. One was succession planning. I think that we need to be aware of that.
Yeah, put everything out there
I'm
at
going
this
to,
point.
yeah. The second one was fiscal preparedness and preparing for a potential recession, and it's just because I remember 2008, and there's only like a handful of us that were here in the city that put a lot of energy and efforts into preparing for 2008 recession, and so I think we need to be aware of that. I also added some values. So I think outside of our priorities, values for me would be the city as a leader, the city as a convener, the city as a collaborator, and the city as bold and competitive. So those are value statements. The priorities I listed, similar to my colleagues, I think public safety, and I added street safety, so I copied Councilman Diaz. Healthcare, including mental health care, economic diversification. I copied the mayor, education, pre-K through 12 and higher education. I think there's growing opportunities around both those fields. And then infill development, regional collaboration, transit opportunities, and then district development. So just continued efforts in the medical, arts, and entertainment districts that the city is already invested in.
Excellent. Now, if over lunch you think of others, it's okay, right? And so what we're going to do is just for you to think of over lunch, just as a warning, what I'm going to ask you in the afternoon is that if this becomes a priority, and we're going to put them in buckets and do our best or can to wordsmith what the priority is, and then the council can assist with that wordsmithing. But what problems would this address, and what outcomes would residents see in 3 and 5 years? So some of you already talking in terms of the outcome, right? But as we put that together, I want you to start thinking about, as we come up with these 8 or 10 or whatever after lunch, is you think of, okay, what is the outcome we expect in 3 to 5 years if you adopt this? Mm-hmm. And then what we're going to do is, then we're going to work to pare that down by the end of the session. Any other questions or comments or concerns about where we're heading?
No.
Great work. Right.
Thank you so much, Tom.
How much time do we have?
And can somebody let us know what we are doing now? We're breaking for lunch, and where would we be? Where, until 12:30. Okay, so we're having lunch until 12:30. And where are we having this lunch? Excellent. All right.
If you could, let the mayor and the council get their food first, and then we'll let others follow.
Okay, cool. Okay. Tom, I think we could start. So I'm going to reconvene the special city council meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. So the plan for the afternoon would be we're going to see if we can agree upon these broad buckets. Now, this is what we put together. If you have better words or things should be done differently, speak up. But at this point, we're not arguing or suggesting what is most important. We're just agreeing upon that these are the broad buckets, and we've categorized them well. We have 9 of them, which is kind of what we thought. We thought it'd be 10, so y'all kind of came up with 9. And then once we agree upon the broad buckets, I'm going to ask you that question. What is the possible outcome? I mean, what do we want things to look like in 3 to 5 years? Then, after we kind of agree, whether it's 9 or it goes down to 6, then we're going to do the dot game. So you have each 3 dots, and I'm asking you to use 1 dot per area of the most priority. Now, you could have more than 3, but we have 3 dots that you'll go through and kind of just walk through. Then we'll kind of go, we'll reassess. The important thing is that you feel that you're able, that your important issues are addressed. Now, some of that may be operationalized, right, in the broad goal. So once we agree these priorities, the direction the board may give also is that, you know, we want to ensure that this isn't a top priority, but it is operationalized under public safety. So that's the type of direction that'd be very helpful to staff when they kind of come back with what the strategic plan is. Okay, so I'm going to start with the park. And again, if you don't agree with this, well, I know this group has no problem pushing back if they disagree, but I felt like I had to say it. And I'm going to walk around if you don't mind. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, so on the parking lot issue, this is kind of our thought, and we're going to kind of pull this back here unless anyone has any pushback and disagree. Quality of life, we'd argue that that kind of permeates all of them. That, you know, that is something that would kind of permeate all your major priorities. The financial management, revenue stability, physical preparedness, we'd suggest that that is something that's going to be operationalized, that financial stability and how you are going to be able to fund your major priorities is something you're going to operationalize and that you should see as a board in your strategic plan when it comes back. Because if you do not have finances and revenue and financial stability, you're not going to be able to do any of your priorities. That's kind of our thought, but again, if you disagree, let me know. The focused on internal and succession planning. I believe the city manager has a thematic goal that is employee wellness. Again, that is something we would say important and needs to be addressed, whether you address that internal thematic goal that you have that currently right now is focused on employee wellness. Maybe that is kind of revamped or this is something that's added. Because I think this came up quite a few times on the issue of, we have a lot of turnover, do we have a good plan to ensure that we have leadership? The regional communication, we would argue, again, that becomes the tool, that you need to see that operationalized in your strategic plan, right? That how you're going to do that. Again, if you do healthcare, you're not going to be able to do that unless you have regional cooperation. And so the how is going to operationalize that, right? Same thing with communication, to the mayor's point. You can have all the great programs you want, but if you don't communicate, right, we seem to under-communicate. If we don't communicate and let citizens know that these exist, you know, why have the priority? So again, we would say that that is something that is operationalized. And so I'm going to keep these on the side. Councilwoman?
Not that I want communication pulled out, but I disagree with you to the extent that we do these things, therefore communication will happen. And I think the mayor brought that up, did you not? Mm-hmm. Thank you. And the point that I took away from that is it can always be improved, and that since we are here to serve the citizens, that has to be the way that we do it, so it has to be operationalized. But what I think we would do ourselves a disservice to assume that that communication would necessarily come as a result of us making something a priority, unless there's a focus on it to do it better and well. Mm-hmm. And that's not a comment to change anything. I think that's a nuance that is important, at least to me.
Councilwoman, would you argue that that should be a separate priority, or are you saying that that has to be an underpinning, right, when it's operationalized?
That's what I wrote, underpinning.
Okay.
I would say it has to be an underpinning.
Yeah, and I think there was a very good point, and the mayor brought it up there too. If you're not stressing, and that's the type of direction that's very helpful to staff, right? That has to be the underpinning, and then. We have the notes this, when this strategic plan comes back, that's what you need to make sure you're looking for, right?
May I add just a
Yes,
piggyback a little
Councilwoman?
further on that? We will not be able to have direct consistent communication with the community as a board. I think that we also need to expand that need for communication with our frontline employees and us. How do we ensure that we are tracking, that we are quantifying in some manner whether or not our communication is reaching the public, and the people that will hear that response is our employees, right? So I think that a core value in all of this has to be that we are moving to communicate with the community, and when they respond to our outreach and they're talking to our employees, that we then have a process in place for that information to be filtered to us on a regular basis so that we can respond accordingly. I don't think that we will ever know, because we are separated, kind of, just from our, and there's only so many doors you can knock on, so many times you can be out in public. But the people who work in doing this face-to-face with whatever we choose, public safety, healthcare, whatever, they're the ones who know best, and I think we need to ensure that we've got a pipeline.
And I think that's clear direction you just given on what you want to see in the strategic plan. And then the issue on the values, we parked here as that discussion of values that you currently have, whether that's revisited or not, that we just put that in the parking lot here, that these were addressed. Is everybody okay with the parking lot? Can I remove that? We'll keep it in the back if we need to resurface it, and then we'll go to the 9 area.
Okay, so what was I thought we were talking about parking lots, so.
Oh, yeah, actually, having a parking lot.
Is this just?
So I meant the parking lot. Thank you, Mayor. I
So
should have
you
clarified.
you're parking all of these things under that?
Yeah, and so basically, this is clear direction on the issue of staff, right? So this is not necessarily going to be an external priority you're going to adopt, but these are important direction that staff is good when they operationalize it. So that's why I say parking lot. I'm going to put it in the back, because that isn't going to surface as your major external priority.
Exactly.
But all the points that you brought up there is the direction you just gave staff that you want to see in the operational plan.
Okay, that helps clarify it.
Yeah, and sorry about that.
No, because
Okay.
I was thinking parking lot, that should be under economic development. Why is it over there?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Anthony, we'll move that. Okay, so why don't we just go very broadly, and again, what we're trying to do at this time is just to get the broad areas, and whether anything can be combined, or whether everybody feels at least their issue was addressed, one of those priorities. We're going to vote later on the importance. So one was, not surprising, was the issue of healthcare that came up there, everywhere from access to quality healthcare. Your current priority right now, a lot of support, that was repeated several times. There was also something on the issue of arts and leisure, right, that surfaced several times, of cultural art opportunities, more art, public opportunities around issues of soccer, baseball, running tracks, et cetera. So we kind of just broadly put that under arts and leisure at this point. We may have to combine it, or youth and education. So anywhere from affordable childcare, youth development, issues of education, kind of that supportive added value role of education in the community. That's kind of this broad area. Now, we can come back to that too, whether you think, well, maybe we should separate out youth from education, but right there we lumped them together. So, but y'all can come back and. Okay. Here is attainable housing. So this one we kind of lumped issues of the unhoused, accessible housing, homelessness, rental purchasing, affordable housing, kind of lumped them together in the issue of attainable housing. Now, some could argue maybe we want something for the unhoused or homeless separate. Just to begin with, we lumped them together here under this area of attainable housing. Again, we can change how they're characterized anytime. Then economic development. So broadly, we looked at economic development and economic diversification. Jeremy made an important distinction between the two. that we still lumped them together because how you operationalize that, you can still, adhere to that, economic diversification. New folks coming in, development is internally, and that can be within one broad area. Again, it's how you operationalize. So initially, we just lumped it together with economic development at this point. Seem to see some clusters around workforce training. Jobs, workforce training, job growth, wages, quality high-wage jobs, workforce, increase household wealth, employment diversification. Kind of lumped it all together into this workforce training at this point. They seem to kind of surface quite a bit as climate and natural resources, kind of just as a standalone. Issues of water, heat, pollution, kind of just as a standalone. Public transportation came up quite a bit, right? Transit options, improved transit systems, expand public transportation. Clearly RTC has that major role too, but a big issue facing citizens, right? Kind of just broadly put under issues of public transportation. And then public safety, your current goal, and put everything from feeling safe to safe rules, safe schools, anything involving the issue of community safety. So are these kind of lumping together okay at this point, or is anyone want to argue for a separation out or something that was totally missed? Mayor, is it?
As a matter of fact, yeah.
Exactly, that's why I wanted to go to Mayor.
Instead of asking for permission, just go ahead. And we won't talk over each other, but I think it would be better for discussion if we were just more spontaneous.
Okay. Councilwoman?
Okay, I have a couple of thoughts. I will share that since I'm the only one that did childcare, my thinking was that it really was related more to workforce training and economic development, because we've seen in some cities the labor participation rate has fallen because childcare is so expensive, so people are staying home. So that was one comment. And then,
So, excuse me, Councilwoman. So if everyone's okay with that, we're going to go ahead and move that to workforce. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Anthony.
And then I guess sort of the work that we've done in healthcare to some degree is almost like, a sub-point of economic development. You think about our medical district, our arts district, our entertainment, right? It's all towards the goal of economic development. And so I don't know whether sort of healthcare should be kind of under economic development, but my related point is I think climate is really important, but it doesn't really stand out on its own. But when I think about what it means, it's about healthy communities. So I don't know whether healthy communities is like the big goal, and then you could have climate underneath and also some of the work that we're doing in health. So
Okay, let's go with that last point first, and then we'll jump to the healthcare and diversification. So the suggestion here was that perhaps not climate and natural resources, is maybe broadly talk about healthy communities and put that as kind of a subgroup. How's everybody feel about that?
I absolutely agree that it should not stand by itself. When we have communities that are too hot, we don't have people that want to live there. So now we are forcing people to choose whether to stay put and build community, okay, or to give up and move away. When we have communities that are too hot, we don't have access to leisure activities. We don't have kids outside. And if you live in a neighborhood that is hot, you can see that there's divestment. Somehow things get paved over. And so I think that climate directs us in whether or not we have economic development, whether or not we have workforce training. All those things, the environment of that community determines all the other stuff that falls away from it. So.
That health communities capture that? Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay, Councilman, let's go to the other issue brought up. Is healthcare a standalone, or is that under the issue of economic development? Thoughts?
I think it's important enough to stand alone, but when you think these are all connected, it have education also. If you're going to have economic diversification and development, you're going to need to have a strong education system. That doesn't mean that I would recommend that education would go under economic development, but it plays a major role, and so does healthcare.
And you could end up kind of giving the direction to your point, that whether it fits under workforce development, if that's a standalone, maybe the education fits there. If not, that it fits an operation under there. So I think when we start collapsing them, I think the important thing staff needs to hear from y'all is that where it might fit and that you want it highlighted in these areas. If that makes sense.
I want to, well, whenever you're done, Mayor.
Okay, I'll just a quick. Tom, do you envision like the black letter law, and then under the, let's say, economic development, and then have subsections under that, which is
That is clearly one way to go. If you feel like you're getting too many priorities and you want to collapse some, and the direction that the council gives is to ensure that it's operationalized under there. So it clearly talks about a sub-issue. So for example, let's use that example from the councilwoman, is that if it did fall under healthcare, under economic development, it would be highlighted as a sub-area in the strategic plan.
Because I think we can't, I know that we're thinking broadly and you know, whatever, just put it out there. But the reality is, if we are talking about priorities that are important to the council and the city, that it has to be limited in number, because then we can't concentrate on, this is like major priorities. And if we don't limit those major priorities, not that other things aren't important, but we can't be all things to all people, because then we're going to be, we're not going to be anything to anybody.
Yep.
And I think that's
the
something
danger.
to keep in mind too.
That's the danger, Mayor. Yeah.
I just wanted to add to the question of whether we keep healthcare as a standalone or put it as a subset to economic development. I really think if we take the information that Jeremy Aguero shared in his presentation and how quickly we've grown as a city and how we are still catching up with that growth, one of the major areas that we are sorely lacking in is in the healthcare. As a daughter to aging parents, as a mother of a teen, it is sometimes so difficult to find the healthcare providers to even address the healthcare needs. Now, if we think about it from our constituents' point of view too, they have medical deserts. They also don't have access to care, and it's very hard for them to even pay sometimes to even have preventative care. So I feel very passionately, not just because the medical district exists and we're trying to highlight and just make sure that work doesn't go by the wayside, but we just have so much more work to be done in that space. And health matters. Health matters. Like, you have to be housed healthy and hired to have the opportunity to live your best life. And so for me, I just feel like we need to catch up. And this is an area that we do have to be very concerted, that we do have to put extra emphasis on and not lose sight of, because if not, then we're going to continue to hobble along with an inadequate offering of health services to our community and lack of specialists, and having to go out of state to seek treatment for things that we should be growing here, especially with the medical school now in Southern Nevada, especially with other medical schools that are offering opportunities. So how do we then come together and talk about how we keep our residents here so that they can practice long-term? And that kind of fits in to workforce training and making sure that our residents have the first bite at the apple of being the doctors and the nurses and everything that comes with a healthcare workforce. Those are my 2 cents.
So at this point, you're arguing to keep it as a separate.
Yeah,
And again,
I
you know,
would agree with that. It's
we have a
important.
process that we can collapse later if needed, but at this point, you're arguing healthcare separate. Sorry.
Yeah, I love this conversation. I've been pretty engrossed in the whole medical side for a while now. And what I found is you really can't talk about healthcare without involving higher education. I think that's some of the challenges we faced, is going out and trying to develop the medical district.
Right.
We put $100 million into it, and if the universities decide not to participate, it's all for naught. And so we have got to figure out in my opinion, be bold, be creative, bring all those players to the table and find a meaning for them to come in and provide better health care. So we have to be involved in higher education. We have to be involved in education. And all of those things, by the way, we can't talk about diversifying our economy without higher education either. Like, it's all very connected. And I think to the councilwoman's point, by having it as just a bullet point, a priority, it does kind of plant a flag to the rest of the community saying, this is what we're focused on, you need to come and listen. So I like having the three that we have now, I think are great. And I love having these conversations around like transit in particular, because they all kind of fold into each other. It's how we provide feedback, I guess, to the staff on what they prioritize and what they focus in on their time.
And then, when that strategic plan comes out there, that these important subgroups are highlighted in there, and there's a clear understanding of how that is interrelated, right? And that contributes to the overall priority.
And if you're successful in one area, like, it just breeds success in every other area.
Other comments about, so at this point, keep them separate, and then we can see how it goes, okay?
Healthcare deserves a priority of its own, in
Okay.
my opinion.
Acknowledging how interrelated it is to some of those other
Without a
areas,
doubt.
okay? What else? Okay, let me ask you this. Do you see any combining at this point? Any that we could we have 9 right now. Is there any that we can kind of lump together? There may be some consensus on right now.
I almost feel, go ahead, Councilwoman.
I think that we could combine workforce training with economic development. I think that they are absolutely related. If we attract businesses, we train people to work those businesses, and we have jobs at the end of that training, that's part of economic development. And how do we attract people to come here with the promise that we can take whatever their business model is, their need for employees, to find ways to train them up to be in those spaces. So I think that, for me, I think that could go together.
Other thoughts on that before we, with that idea of combining?
Sorry, Sandra, where are we combining that?
I think we can put economic development under workforce training. Workforce training.
Under economic training.
Under economic development.
And Olivia?
Yeah, I agree with that. I was actually going to mention that, but I also have been eyeing like the standalones on this side of the room, and so I was thinking, if we already retitled Healthy Communities, do we then put Arts and Leisure under Healthy Community? Do we put Youth and Education under Healthy Communities? Because that really is what's going to provide that support to make that transformational work in our communities happen. So I was thinking, can we kind of take Healthy Communities and merge some of these other subcategories together?
So let me address that first issue, and we'll come right back to that. So is there a consensus that the broader title at this point will be economic development, and we're going to move workforce training as under this?
Agreed.
Okay, is anybody have heartburn or concern at this point? Okay.
I have a question about potentially including that with education. Just a question, though. I don't know how strongly I feel about it. If education and workforce training go together.
I think they do.
Yeah, they do. And do they have to be mutually exclusive?
No.
Okay, then workforce training could possibly go under 2 categories as a bullet point.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay, so right now, we're going to take workforce training, and we're putting it under economic development. So we're down to 8. And then let's keep that idea about the education, about where that might fit. But let's jump to Councilwoman Diaz's idea about if we relabel this Healthy Communities, are there other areas that we would want to lump in together? And were you specifically looking perhaps at art and leisure?
Yeah.
As one obvious? How's everybody feel about that?
Yes.
Okay, so let's move art and leisure and put that under Healthy Communities.
I think transportation could also go under Healthy Communities.
Could we change from health, can it be healthy and livable communities? Because when I
Love it.
think of health, I have a definition of healthy in my mind.
It's your doctor husband, Mayor.
Right.
So healthy and livable communities, we're drafting that right now.
I think you could put more under there if it's healthy and livable.
Okay, so healthy and livable communities we're going to put here, right? And then we're putting,
Cleanliness, art, cultural opportunities, public amenities like soccer, baseball, and climate.
okay.
Healthy communities.
So we're perfect,
And livable.
okay?
And then the potential for transportation.
And then public transportation as a subgroup under the issue of, okay, good. Now let me just throw something out here too, as you're looking at combining. And this goes to, Councilman, to your issue about education. We put youth and education together, so youth development. Do we want to separate that? And is youth development fit under healthy communities and education under workforce?
One question, because you mentioned earlier that the council shouldn't be so concerned about graduation rates. Not that we're not concerned, but it's not a priority. But we also, I think we do have an obligation, and you see it up here, to find a way to create higher paying jobs, and you can't do that without supporting education and higher education. So high paying jobs is the goal. How we get there is we need to bring people to the table.
And I think that part of that is, that becomes additive. You don't want to own the graduation rates. Right. But as, with workforce development and these opportunities, you definitely want to support that, because that's important to the community. Yep, absolutely. So let me just, so with the youth and education, do we need to separate that, or is that okay at where it's at? Having youth under healthy, livable communities, or keep it as is?
I personally would advocate for putting youth and education under workforce, because a lot of the work that we do with youth now is our strong future. It's around job training, soft skills training, and so it is with the goal of workforce development.
So Anthony, can we move youth and education, and we're going to put that under economic development, right? But under workforce training. So yeah, so it'd be kind of a subgroup under workforce training, right? So we have workforce training, and then under workforce training, we're going to have, you're making this facilitation really easy.
May I add something else as well? Public transportation, I think, also has a nexus with economic development. We've got to, we have to realize that if people can't get to work, right, they will not be able to sustain themselves. So we can train them, but if the jobs are in Henderson or someplace to the north and we can't get them there, they will not sustain employment. And we should try to imagine a city with fewer cars on the road, right? And how we do that is to imagine and implement transportation options that are, destigmatized, that are comfortable and are necessary. We have to look at transit as necessary and change our messaging and how we do things. And I'm going to soapbox for a minute, so just bear with me.
Okay.
We have capital improvement programs, and we build 8-lane roads. And then we're complaining that we have traffic and we have pollution and we have heat. If we want this to be, and we talk about pedestrian safety, here it is, all this, safety, safety, safety. But we're not doing anything proactive to change the way our human mind looks at transportation. If we want people to be on a bus, we have to make them show up regularly. If we want people to walk for a healthy community, we have to have sidewalks wide enough people to walk side by side with trees to shade them. If we want people to get out of their cars, stop building 8-lane roads. Make them 2 lanes and make other modes of transportation accessible and normalized. I lived in Europe, people walked all the time. It was normal to ride your bicycle, even in a skirt. I never thought that I would see that, but women learned how to one leg hop on a bike. It was normal behavior because someone decided it was normal and they facilitated the normality of that. And I think that that's part of what we've got to do.
So I don't say, you're looking at moving public transportation. or keeping it as a standalone.
Yes, but I think that we have to recognize that it's intertwined, there's a nexus.
Yes, perfect. So we're leaving that as a, at least right now. So, so we're down to 5 at this point. So we have healthcare, we have healthable and livable communities that we've included, you know, anywhere from the arts to expanding transportation, climate issues, et cetera. We have attainable housing to also include issues around affordable housing and the unhoused. Then we have economic development that has a strong, you know, subgroup of workforce training that includes obviously the issue of education and how the city is additive and supportive of education. And then we have public safety. So, is anything missing? Did we miss something where it's not under one of these 5 broad areas?
I mean, I could be wrong about this. A question for, I guess, the council is, I think you could possibly move the attainable housing under healthy and livable communities as well.
Oh, I think housing is such a big issue. It needs its own category. I mean, I like the 3 we currently have, and I'd like to add housing and homelessness to that. Yeah, I was hoping for 4, because I want to add that, but I can't think of the other 3 that, which one would I delete? I can't think of any.
Sure. Councilwoman?
Right now, and maybe this is also a Mr. Jansen question, are they listed in priority order? No. Okay, so it's not
now, or the priorities we have
the
right
3 we have now, are they prioritized? Public safety, then healthcare and economic
Oh, I
diversification?
thought they were. I
Are
thought
they all
public
equal?
safety was number, no?
Yeah, that's what we always refer to public safety being our #1 priority. In my mind, it was prioritized, but it's not.
Yeah, so according to the city manager.
I'm getting a negative.
Yeah, I mean, you could obviously do that.
And then also, if my memory doesn't fail me, Councilwoman, it was based on survey feedback that we received from our residents year after year. When we deploy the survey, the #1 priority that our residents are manifesting to us is public safety. So we try to make sure that if we're hearing from our residents that public safety is what is important and top of mind for them, that we're placing an extra emphasis in that vein, because that's what we're hearing from the people we were elected to serve. Yeah. So that's kind of how I know that we've kind of put an extra emphasis on public safety, is because we are hearing it from the majority of Las Vegans that that is an area of concern for them.
That's back to the Maslow's hierarchy. If people don't feel safe, nothing else is possible.
That's correct.
And it's where the majority of your budget goes.
Well, I don't think that I'm being a naysayer, but I think from my lived experience and my own personal perspective, lack of feeling safe is a result of all the things that we're talking about. We look at public safety, to me, as if it is this thing set aside. But to me, when we have high unemployment and we have people who feel hopeless and our kids don't feel like they're getting good education and they're feeling hopeless, we have issues with public safety because they start acting out. When we have people who don't have housing, when we have people sleeping on the street and people are shocked by what they see, then we want more public safety. But what we're really saying is we're feeling hopeless. We don't know why we're having people sleeping on the street. So then we say we need more public safety to address that, but that's an outcome of another problem. And I think that we are displacing our need to have all this public safety, but we're not looking at the root cause. Are we looking at the problem, or do we want to find a solution? When we have people who don't have health care, that are sleeping on the street, that now we have to have recuperative care, and then people are freaking out about it, it's not that we need more police to do that. We need to address health care. We need to address whether or not we have open space for our kids to be outside and not on these things. Because when they are inside and they're cutting up, we end up with a mess that we feel like our only solution is public safety. So I think that we're I think people are reacting to their confusion and frustration. I don't know that our traditional thought of what public safety brings is going to answer these real issues.
At this point, are you okay with leaving it as a separate, with the idea of it being?
Oh, of course.
line?
I think it needs to be, I think we need to acknowledge that it is its own thing, but I want us to, I would like us as a community and as community leaders to start to dig a little bit deeper into the causation of why we feel this way. And the causation, I think, is some of these other things. And if we really put emphasis on addressing education, homelessness, houselessness, economic development, opportunity, and hope, I think we will have less people feeling uncomfortable and unsafe.
I 100% agree with you. I was just going to comment how I think about it and whether this is right or wrong. Is the city of Las Vegas, all the municipalities in the state are a backstop to what I would consider a state that's failed to fund education, failed to fund transportation, failed to fund housing systems, failed to fund every system, healthcare systems in particular right now. And we're the backstop, so all we got is public safety, and then we try to inch our way towards these values that our constituents probably hold, but for whatever reason, our state has missed the mark from when it was incepted. There was no forethought into thinking about how do we fund these systems that people need, and now we're stuck being a backstop.
I agree, but I think that this is part of this communication, and this is part of this collaborative effort that we have to put forth, and that is working with our peers, the counties, the other municipalities, and our legislative leaders to really talk about the causation, and not funding these things leaves us in a place where we're just chasing, it's whack-a-mole, and we're not getting any traction.
That's the values for me, is being that bold, innovative group of elected leaders that convenes people to say, here's what the real issues are. We're going to step forward and say, maybe we have some solutions, and hopefully build a better Nevada.
And remember, though, we're talking about, I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but I think it's very important that we are in our lane as the city, and we, again, we can't solve, I also would like world peace right now, and but I can't do that. Yes, with my magic wand. So I think it's very important that when we're dealing with, here we are trying to find, what are our city priorities? Are we going to add, do we like the 3 we already have? Are we going to add 1 or 2 extra ones? But it has to be things that the city can deal with, because I know people, I find, now that I'm mayor, that they attribute all sorts of abilities to me. You know, you could go solve the homeless problem and take care of this and plant more trees. And those are things we can do. But the things that we can't do, I think we ought not promise or raise expectations when it's not possible for the city council to actually deliver on that promise. So let's be careful with our promises.
And Mayor, I think you bring up a good point, and I would just advise the council as the priority setters that when you get back to strategic plan, you want to see how the outcomes, right? How you operationalizing, and this is the message you're sending to city residents, but how they operation, so you're not being held responsible for something you have no control over. So you make a very good.
Maybe I can't tell you, and this is just, I think we've all experienced this. You know, Shelley, when you get elected, I have to talk to you about the airport and what a mess it is. And then I said, well, I really don't have anything to do with the airport. Oh, you don't? Well, how about, I got to talk to you about the cost of parking on the Strip. Well, I can't do anything about that. And then they say, well, what the hell is your job? And so I think.
What do you do?
Yeah, what exactly do you do? And I think we need to do well what we can do, and not do, again, be all things to all people and not deliver on anything. I'm sorry, Nancy and then Olivia.
Sorry, at the risk of angering my colleagues, you asked if something was missing. And I realized, no, I know. Because if you look at our budget, whether it's a priority consciously or not, we do spend a significant amount of resources on animal welfare. And so I think we should add animal welfare to either public safety, because currently it falls under DPS, or healthy and livable communities. But given that this document will inform our priorities, we either need to consciously decide we're not going to do it or do it, and then we just need to add it if
Where best do you think animal?
probably under public safety.
Safety, that's what.
Yes, I just wanted to comment to not lose sight of, everything put together would give us the best and most vibrant Vegas, but there are some struggles that we do have still on so many fronts. We just talked about the healthcare woes that our community lacks. And PT just mentioned how we're so deficient in so many systems that are supposed to be state funded, and we don't even have the funding coming to us to make more more ground on a lot of just different things that do affect our residents and constituents. But I don't want to lose my constituents' voices too on the public safety front, because recently I've had a lot of fires coming through my office about the number of elements that take over a home in a community that's vacant. Someone's passed away, they note that a house is empty, and all of these elements take hold of these homes, and then the rest of the neighborhood becomes held hostage because you have people who deal drugs, who are pimps and are prostituting our youth out in the streets, and then you have a community saying, we need help, and this is not right, and how come my kids that have to walk to school have to see this element and riffraff in our community? It's not right. And so while I know that not all people are created equal, and I know not all folks in our community are the same, there are certain elements that we do need to have tools to be able to deploy and keep our neighborhoods safe, and that it doesn't matter where I live, whether I live in Ward 2 or Ward 3, I should be having the same safe environment for my kids to grow up in. And that's where I have to lean on public safety.
But do
There's
we want
no
to put
one
maybe
else.
code enforcement just as a?
Code enforcement is a big one in that, and even for my small businesses, I'm hearing a lot all the time too, how they're struggling and the elements around them are making it harder to attract and retain businesses. We want everyone living their best life, their best business, but it's part of the equation, and we have to figure out, while we're trying to put all of these other processes and services in place, but if folks aren't taking them and they're deciding to do something that's wrong by our community, we should have also a remedy to that. We can't let people just go rogue.
And I'm going to just comment on that because it is probably the majority of the calls that I get as well. So it's one house, one family or group of people that come and inhabit a house that destabilize an entire neighborhood. So it is a public safety issue. And while it may not be one of the three priorities, like I know I've talked to the city team about it a lot, is we have to be very aggressive with our code enforcement, who has to align with Metro, who has to align with the health district, who has to do all these things to try to take care of that one house that before it destabilizes an entire neighborhood.
That's important feedback too, when they operationalize this, about how they weave that in there. So at this point, we have these 5 areas. If we could just take healthcare and just, anybody can jump in, just look at possible outcomes. And this serves 2 processes. So in 3 to 5 years, if done well, what does that look like? That also helps inform staff as they put together, what is the outcome you're responsible for, right? You know, again, you don't want to be held responsible for things you have no control over. So if we start in healthcare and we think, what is it addressed and what are the possible outcomes in 3 to 5 years when you get a report out on this? What ideally would you want as the outcome?
I see medical district being built out, and so we're providing the healthcare options that people need. I mean, ultimately, we want to be able to provide access to affordable healthcare. How do we do that? We need to attract more healthcare providers. We need to ensure, as Jeremy said, and I sound like a broken record, we need to work with the legislature and the governor to have more residency programs to keep our graduating medical students here And it's also, aside economic development, the reality is that the state of Nevada is spending a fortune educating future doctors, and when they graduate, since we don't have the requisite number of residency programs, they are forced to go for their graduate medical education to other states. 70% of doctors end up practicing where they do their residencies. So we as taxpayers are spending a small fortune educating future doctors that are going to be practicing someplace else because we don't have the residency programs to keep them here. And that is a tremendous waste of taxpayer money.
So in addition to those two, I heard two more issues. One is that increased access to affordable health care, which can be tied in there. And also is to your convener role, is that how are you working with feds,
Very
state,
important.
private, in
Yep.
order to bring these here?
And
Because you don't have the
that-
ability.
and in addition to increasing, but again, the city council cannot do that. We have to work with the legislature to see if they, to work with them to
Increase
educate them
residency.
so that they know that Medicaid reimbursement is very, very important. And a lot of this is kind of the unknown because we don't know what's happening in the federal government. And so they are playing a larger and larger role in these things that are going to impact us in either a very positive or an extremely negative way.
So the city has provided the place, right, for this to happen, but it's convening how you bring others to the table to make that happen.
I would add to that, and this was Mike's idea, but I take credit for it completely, is the medical district being the training ground for the medical professionals in Nevada. So we'll have dental training, we'll have nurse training, we'll have medical doctor training. I think we're moving into the mental and behavioral health training.
Could you describe the difference in tactic, strategies, and an outcome?
I'm sorry.
So it's the training ground of the healthcare professionals in Nevada. And on the economic side, like this is an outcome, is that we bring high-paying jobs into the medical district, which go into the arts district and have a lot of fun and train in the medical district. And so we're doing two things at the same time, is we need high-paying jobs to stay in that area in order for those areas to thrive.
So part of this, and then staff will tease this out there, of the strategy to get to the outcome, which is okay, because I think that those are really important for direction for staff too. So even if we're mixing a little strategy with outcome, I still think that's good direction for staff on those. Does that kind of capture the major outcomes that we, in 3 to 5 years, when you come back as a board, right, and look at were we successful in these areas?
Yeah, can you just read them out?
Yeah.
I'd like to add to the healthcare. I'd also want our WETCs, ETCs, and METCs to also be part of that healthcare continuum where we are training technicians as well. So that they are supporting those doctors, those nurses. And my dream is that historic West Las Vegas and the surrounding area become a community where these folks want to live and have easy access to those jobs by bus or walking or bicycling or whatever, because it's nearby. And so that we expand this, this atmosphere, that's not the word I want to say, but that we just start to see this movement of young people who need and want these jobs living in the downtown area and growing themselves as humans, but also their families, because it's the cool and the happening place to be.
Chandra, isn't this how we're envisioning Cashman Field, changing Cashman Field into workforce housing where we have teachers and firefighters and medical technicians all living and thriving in that particular area? Revitalizes that part of town. It's very, very close to downtown Las Vegas and also the historic West Side. So that's how I see the linchpin of Cashman, is that it will have a purpose, not only economic development, because there'll be businesses there and lots of other amenities, restaurants, I hope, various businesses, but you also have the workforce housing, and it's close to the medical district, and especially if we bring the other you have UNLV. We just signed an agreement with Nevada State. And I know Toro is interested in doing a clinic down there. So if we're concentrating all of our educational entities down there, it becomes a true medical district where we not only are educating people, but we're providing not affordable, workforce housing that is affordable. And it's in my head, and I just see it so clearly, and I think that's something that we can see within 3 to 5 years.
Councilwoman, is that appropriate maybe to put it under the attainable increased workforce housing? Does that capture what both you and the mayor are talking about?
I think so, and Cashman is one portion, because that's going to be for purchase homes. That's what I've been told by the developer that they want to sell.
Yeah.
But I think we also have to look at what is happening in historic West Las Vegas, which is the closest portion, one of the closer areas, and even some downtown properties, that those will be opportunities for some rental opportunities for folks.
So.
Hopefully workforce, or at least attainable, to also feed into the same atmosphere. We just have to be intentional about what we're trying to do, that it's a good combination of for sale and for rent, and that we are intentional about the education that we are offering, but also intentional about our partners offering jobs at the end. I think without that, we're just training for training's sake. We've got to let people know that we're serious about, if we're working with you at the end of this, is job training and economic development. These folks have to have jobs.
And look, these are, we know that if we can produce healthcare providers, they'll have, I know from personal experience at Turo, other than the graduating future doctors, because they have 3 more years of training, if you're physical therapists, occupational nurse practitioners, PAs, they have a job before they graduate. So we know if we can educate people, they will have a good paying job. And with many of the PAs, you're talking about a 6-figure salary right out of school. And that is, gives them an opportunity to buy suitable housing that will only increase as their salaries go up. So it's a whole continuum, but it's a very exciting one. And I think we can do, I know we can do this. We have to do it because we have such a tremendous shortage in the healthcare field. So we could easily support, I mean, statewide, we're 2,000 doctors short of what we need to be for the population we have. Imagine if we can fill 2,000 jobs with doctors and the other healthcare professions. I mean, thousands and thousands of jobs that are here already, and people need to be educated and trained to take those jobs. Great.
I'm going to add this is the metric that I think on the back end, and I know you're not there yet, but like the percentage of healthcare professionals in Nevada that came from the medical district. And so that might be missing there it's the training ground for healthcare professionals.
And then also, could we add increased partnerships with higher ed?
Yes, very definitely.
Yeah, they're just making the point that they're capturing all the notes here too. Even if it's, anything else on healthcare before we move to attainable housing?
And you did catch, Tom, increased partnerships with higher ed?
Yeah.
In healthcare and
You should
mental
know
health.
this one, former Chancellor Riley.
Healthcare and mental health care are synonymous. It's health of everything.
Okay, with attainable housing, we have increased workforce housing. This is to deal with the unhoused as well as affordable housing. And what are some of the outcomes in 3 or 5 years?
Ownership.
Pardon?
Higher home ownership rates.
Higher home ownership within the city area.
lower percentage of people's overall income that they're using for housing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, percent of total income going towards housing. This is also the unhoused too, and homelessness, right? Other outcomes in 3 or 5 years.
Lower homelessness rate?
A tough one, but yeah, that's definitely something that should be there too.
I'm sorry, Nancy. Oh, yeah,
But
definitely.
the actual, you
That's
know,
the point.
number of unhoused decreases, right, yeah. These are good ones. Any other under the attainable housing? And again, this is to think about those outcomes, but it's also the direction to staff as they pull these together, so these are really good. Okay, if we move to healthy and livable communities.
Can I just add one more for the attainable
Yes,
housing?
Councilwoman.
New starts, increase the number of new starts, new buildings that go up that either are considered affordable or attainable. We've got to build in order to get there.
We're looking at the actual number of increasing. Possible outcomes for healthy and livable communities. And we put under this, remember, the transit opportunities, public transportation, the arts, heat islands, yeah, just a livable place.
Yeah, for sure.
Outcomes? Does that increase tree canopy?
I'm speaking on behalf of the RTC. It's going to be a sustainable funding source for transit, which right now that doesn't really exist.
Which you're saying doesn't exist, right?
It doesn't exist.
And the RT has some issues with RTC.
So with that sustainable, can you say the phrase you just used?
Funding source?
Funding source. Underneath that, is that the exploration of a rail line down the road and how we would go about funding that, or is that completely separate?
I think the RTC is going to come forward any day now and say they don't have funding operations to 28. And so they're going to have to start dipping into construction funding in order to make transit funding possible.
Just to maintain what we currently have.
Just to maintain what we currently have, not grow it. So all the growth that we talked about with our land, that's not even possible. And they'll start cutting back in the next 2 years on transit. So it's in our best interest to advocate for sustainable funding.
Particularly for the city. So your outcome was that you're successful in obtaining that sustainable transit funding for the city. Important elsewhere, but you know, your residents are, you know, that's the outcome you're going to measure, right?
I can't drop them off at Sahara.
No, I get it. But at the end of the day, that's going to be the measurement. Is
So
that
in
focus?
they're going to have to tap into fry dollars?
Question $10.
Yeah.
Other possible outcomes here too. We had arts, we had cultural opportunities. I think we addressed the transit, the heat.
I think how we address our alternative modes of transportation. So how many, as we are doing new capital projects, how are we designing them and increasing wider sidewalks and bicycle lanes? How do we capture our contribution? Are we considering road diets to ensure that
infrastructure leading to?
Increased square footage of like walkable resources.
Yeah.
Like
that works too, walkable and just, you know, bicycle paths, that kinds of thing, because that's part of the transit opportunity, I think.
Walkable, bicycle lane, you know, et cetera, where you can actually measure the increase on capital and elsewhere.
And as Thomas said earlier, we're not going to be wordsmithing necessarily today, so that we'll figure out the exact language in the future.
This is really good direction. So when you come back on the strategic plan, these are operationalized in it. Others on the issue of healthy and livable communities. And this isn't the end all, again. You'll have plenty of opportunity to add input.
I would add increased funding for art, public art.
Installations.
And then I don't know what the wording is, but funding for our amenities, like our community centers, our parks. We have a lot of stuff that's sort of been delayed.
Art and cultural opportunities, yeah.
We're in the design phase, so we just want funding to complete all of those projects.
Cultural, yeah.
This isn't your senior center on hold.
Anything else under livable, healthy and livable communities?
Tom, would
Yes,
you
ma'am.
mind reading that for those of us that are challenged
yeah.
with our eyesight?
Increased tree canopies, sustainable funding source for the city transportation, increase square footage of walkable paths, bicycle paths, et cetera, increase funding for the arts and cultural opportunities.
And I think, Councilman Bruni, didn't you say something along the lines of finding the means to fund the capital improvement projects for some of our community centers,
The tools.
parks?
Right, yeah. It's increased use of tools, yeah, to actually utilize the tools that are available to increase the funding. Or take advantage of them, really, is existing tools that are out there for more sustainable and creative funding of it. Okay, we'll move over here to economic development, and we did include the issue of workforce training and the issue of education under this also. So broad outcomes under the issue of economic development.
So I think a major theme here for the council is economic development means for us, how do we continue the work to diversify our economy, to ensure that not all of our eggs are in the tourism basket, because every time we go through an exercise like the pandemic, it really does hurt our community who is heavily service-oriented and service industry-oriented. And so then how do we make sure that our moms, our grandpas, our aunts and uncles, et cetera, don't have to go without a job X number of months, and then now too with AI coming on the fast pace too, will that create a lot of elimination of jobs? And then how do we then retrain and put people on that pathway to prosperity versus the opposite one? So I think just trying to find different sources of bringing different industries into our city. I think, the immersive arts entertainment that Area 15 is doing is an example of how the city has had a good partner in diversifying our economy
The sports
through them.
economy that Jeremy mentioned too. Yeah.
And so I just think we want to continue to I know that our innovation center with the tech innovation hub space has been important, but do we just kind of just fund those efforts and they pitter patter, and once they have their product and they patent it, they leave us, right? But do we want to figure out a way how they grow and they not only have the seed and the watering here, but that the roots kind of remain in our city and the expansion efforts remain here too. And that these are jobs, again, that are above just minimum wage that will provide a dignified life for our residents.
I was going to say, I separated out, so I have economic diversification for the city, which includes wards 2, 4, and 6, and better paying jobs and all that. But then you also have the RDA. And so that's what I try to focus in on, just making sure the districts are thriving. That we don't want them to fall in disrepair, because I think you can see some ad elements creeping in to certain parts of our districts collectively. And we want to make sure that those districts are thriving in the RDA.
Yeah.
Thriving districts. And they're well defined within our city plan, and I think we need to focus on them.
What more with either infill development or jobs or education?
All of that falls within the thriving districts.
I think the outcomes I would look for would be higher average wage, lower unemployment, and lower youth unemployment.
That's a lower youth unemployment in particular.
I think we have the tools to get there. I think it's the how that we are constantly challenged with. In my term in the legislature, we always just said, here are tax incentives, and please hurry up and come, and here's a tax incentive. I'm not sure that we're counting up the cost often what that means on the other end of the tax incentive, which is often a removal of income from our state, right, and from our local municipalities when that money is extracted to incentivize someone. But at the same time, are we asking or demanding performance from them to ensure that our community gets these jobs, right? Are we demanding that they stick and stay in our communities for a period of time? I worked for the Army for a while. My ex was in the military, and if you go to an academy and they invest all this money in you, you owe them 5 years minimum, right? And so how do we make sure that we are getting the best bang for our buck and not just giving away our value without ensuring that these companies come and give us value back? And we are seeing that our value back at the end is better jobs, higher incomes, and employment for our folks. How do we get this exchange and it not just be a one-way street?
I have a question maybe for Mike or for Councilman Diaz. Is the funding for WETC guaranteed, or do we have to look for sustainable funding? So if we do, then sustainable funding for our employment training centers would be an outcome.
That's definitely a city manager question, because the WETC is in Ward 5, and it's up and running, but I don't know about the sustainability. I know that we've been working hard to get the dollars to build the ETC in my area, but I'd love to hear how we're going to keep the momentum going once we open our doors.
Yeah, the capital dollars are coming from the grant and from our overall CIP program to build a facility. And then the agreement we have with CSN is they will be responsible for the funding to operate the education facility once it's built. So it really goes back to that partnership. Without the partnership from CNN to take the keys and actually run the program, we wouldn't be able to deliver it, because just building it doesn't do it. But where we came in is we secured the grant with the partnership, and then in some cases we added some additional CIP dollars to make sure we could cover all the needs for the site preparation and things of that nature.
Other possible outcomes here. And again, the possible outcomes are not etched in stone, your priorities are. This is the direction you're giving to staff, so when they operationalize it, you see it there. So that's the priorities, what you adopt, not the outcomes. I just want you to start thinking and give direction to staff on it. So, more opportunity, yeah.
I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to also work with our higher ed institutions down south to see if they see anything in the tea leaves of possible job attraction or creation, or because obviously we've seen that most of the sports has gone not in the city, but then there's like the biolab space that has been talked about a lot. So I think LVGEA is important in the conversation. I think higher ed is important in the conversation. So how can we get kind of like a back and forth between just spitballing ideas of what's plausible, what's happening, especially on the AI front, or any other job creation opportunity that we may not be in the know of, because it's so now and moving so at lightning speed, but maybe our folks on the front end or in the trenches know more about it and can advise us.
And when I was chancellor, that became one of the 5 priorities on the workforce. So that's aligned. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to extend on to what the councilwoman said. There was a time, I'm old enough to know there was a time, in the early 2000s where I know when I was at the chamber, if we were talking to, if there was a business that was coming in, at the time we could work with the community college to create some specialized workforce training so that that company that was being, coming in. And when we hear Jeremy say something about AI is equaling in his mind 20% unemployment, how, I know that I don't know what jobs are being forecasted to eliminate. I'm sure I could speculate, and I'm sure there's been studies and things. So how proactive are we being as a community to be training people now and offering all sorts of community-based training, whether it's in person, online, what have you, in preparation for some of those as well.
Yeah. Good point. Proactive role as far as identifying those jobs that may disappear and offering the type of retraining for those individuals.
I guess just to add and piggyback, we're hearing that there will be a need for folks in the trades, that the trades are going to go through their silver tsunami, and so we're going to be in the need for plumbers, electricians, carpenters, you name it, for building and sustaining things long term. And so I think sometimes we forget that the traditional jobs that we have come to know for a long time will still be there, and they actually provide a very livable, amazing upward mobility to our community. So how do we also not lose sight of how we can make a win, even though there may be some, I guess it's about transitioning people in and out, but I mean, to your point, it's about knowing what the jobs of tomorrow are available, and then working with everyone. I think it comes with our workforce board, our institutions of higher learning, LVGEA, our chambers, because I mean, I think as a collective, we just bring more lenses and can vet these areas thoroughly. But Mayor, you had something to say?
Well, I just want to make sure that we're not, again, yeah, well, this is our reservation, actually, but, you know, when it comes to training for the jobs of the future, I don't think the city of Las Vegas, the city council, is not going to be doing that. It's providing the resources to those groups and organizations that can, in fact, do that. And so I think it's very, like healthcare. I mean, we could create thousands of jobs with healthcare. Construction, you are 100% right. We're hearing that there's a tremendous dearth of people going into the trades, and it's a good, solid job and make a good income. And so I think we need to be, if we have our economic growth and development, and if we're approving, which we do at every city council meeting, new businesses and new apartment complexes and single-family housing, we are creating an environment for the building trades to thrive. And I think that's what we need to focus on, is what is our role and responsibility in doing exactly what Olivia said, preparing people for the next iteration of jobs. And we have no idea what AI is going to do or bring. And I agree. Look, there was a time when, you know, valet parkers were the highest paid people on the Las Vegas Strip. That's a job that is not particularly attractive now. I understand that people are going to be getting their own drinks. I worked my way through college and law school cocktailing. I don't think I could do that in the future, because they're going to have, people will get their own drinks from a machine. So that's going to take out a whole bunch of service jobs that that I thought would be with us forever. And the personal contact and everything else. Right now, that's just not part of the bottom line. But let us, again, be very careful of what we promise as a city that we can deliver.
Mayor, and I think that's a really good point, and that needs to be reflected in how this is operationalized. I think those points are well taken too, because basically, when the outcome comes, you don't want to be held responsible for something you don't have any control over.
We have no control over.
Yeah. Input, yeah, and influence and convening and all those other things. And to your point, Councilwoman, yeah, the community colleges focus in the whole areas. Remember, we had a list of like the top 10 jobs community college that made over 100K. So these trade jobs that are so important, right? Anything else under this economic development? Again, to give input and direction to staff. This is just your initial direction. Okay, public safety, the last area we have there. In 3 to 5 years, when you start talking about public safety, what are the outcome?
More police and fire stations.
So can you measure, yeah.
And can you just add some context to that request, Councilman Polinsky? Just because it's different, obviously, Ward 1, 3, and 5, we've been around the block a lot longer, but can you expand as to, for you, 2, 4, and 6, what that means?
2, 4, and 6 are still growing, particularly 6. The outskirts of town are now becoming suburbia, and we don't have that infrastructure there. So rooftops come first, and then commercial, and then these resources. So we need to be diligent in planning that for the future.
And so you'd probably be also looking at, in those districts, too, response time, right?
Oh, of
For
course.
fire and police, yeah. Good. Any other on public safety?
I would want to know how we can, if we will be equipped to move the needle in terms of deploying more technology like camera, brighter lights, infrastructure, I guess public safety infrastructure. I know I've been in conversation with our fire teams, and they also basically say as we make the city more dense, we also will need to buy more equipment for them to get there in a time of a fire, of a mid-rise. Do we count with those units to serve those residents in the moment of need? So for me, it's about how are we going to continue to keep our public safety arms deployed with cutting edge tools and technology and rigs that are not very inexpensive and take a really long time to build. I heard from our fire chief, may take anywhere from, I don't know, 3 to 4 years to get a new fire rig, and so that's a lot of time. So we have to be very intentional, and we have to know where our dollars and cents are and kind of be planning, making sure that we're not missing any communities on the way.
And I had two. One is, I can't remember the name. When they went to the fires in LA, the wildland fires, wildland fire response, that's something that we're going to have to grow, that we'll probably need to see an outcome on
100%.
in the next 3 to 5 years based on what happened in LA, is making sure that doesn't happen here. And then the second is with our DPS team, we've seen an expansion of how they're responding to the priorities really of this council, the priorities of the entire city, specifically related around some of the unhoused encampments. And I would like to see us continue to support those efforts in growing that responsibility, because I think you'll see a happier response, or happier constituents in our area knowing that there's a response to them.
Right.
So more teams,
Say it again, sorry?
Conditions.
conditions.
Something you might also kind of look like, do you, and Councilwoman Kelly and I talked about this, was, do you feel safe walking around at night? Is that you have a benchmark in 3 to 5 years, do people feel safer walking around?
It's the thriving districts. Like if you're walking over people downtown, it's not thriving.
No.
So we have got to stay on top of that.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's very much a part of, when I was campaigning, and I knocked on a door, and it was a nice neighborhood, it wasn't the highest upscale, it wasn't the Ridges, but it was a very nice neighborhood, not a gated community. And the woman at the door told me she can't, that the homeless sleep on her lawn at night, and in the morning, they use her garden hose to clean off. She can't send she can't send her children out to play, and that's not right either. And so we do need to, that's why addressing this homeless issue has everything from economic development to public safety and everything.
And just satisfaction of living in a community.
And just, and how are you gonna, walk your neighborhood or walk down Main Street if you're gonna be accosted, or even on Fremont Street? Now, I've seen in the last several months tremendous changes, and or even gradual changes, but I've seen for the positive. But we need to continue with that, because look, even though we want to diversify our economy, and I think that's very important, the fact is we have a tourist-based economy, and if people are going to go home and say that they didn't feel safe, or they were accosted, or somebody tried to pick their pocket, that's not good for our city,
No.
and that's not good for jobs. And if we don't have tourists, we're not going to have jobs.
And I think another public safety prong, if you were done, Mayor, sorry.
Oh, I am done, absolutely.
I think we need to assess our code enforcement department to see if we have enough. I know it's a department that struggles to keep people there because it's a very difficult job, because you have to go continually telling people what they're doing wrong and how they need to rectify it. And it's a really grueling, sometimes thankless job, but it's a very important job in our community. So when I wanted us to take a deep dive and assess if we have enough code enforcement response for the number of
Complaints.
folks that are in a certain district, and then also take a deep dive and figure out if we can find more efficient ways to execute our actions. I feel that we're constantly chasing our tails with a vacant home. We board it up. My residents tell me 5 minutes after you guys left and boarded it up, the boards come down. So are there better practices that give us more bang for our buck? Yes, it may be more costly to deploy, but can it last more than 5 minutes of keeping that house guarded from elements that shouldn't be in the home? Because then it's getting colder, they're gonna light fires in there, and then all the other neighbors are at risk for that fire catching onto their property. And for me, it's a real concern when we're constantly chasing with homes that are stuck in probate, with homes that are not being done anything with. And I constantly hate that, like, I'm getting the signs like, activity that's wrong is happening, activity that's wrong is happening, and then the next thing I read in my email, house has been torched, house was lit on fire. And then we have a missing, I call it missing teeth effect in our community, because now that home is probably gonna be bulldozed because it's been torched, and now you have this just concrete pad between homes, which doesn't add any kind of anything to our neighborhood. So any value. So I just want to make sure that we are kind of keeping up with the times. Are we being
effective strategies.
Effective strategies and better coordination amongst our fire, our police, our code enforcement, with health department. I think that we could be more in lockstep with each other to prevent having to chase our tails so long often and then lose that asset. So I just want to be more preventative, and then also it makes neighbors not feel that anxiety for so long because they feel like they're getting nothing accomplished on that front.
Ditto.
I think my colleagues have spoken to an issue very clearly that we face in Ward 5, especially in the older southern part of the neighborhood, which abuts to 1 and 3. I'd like to digress a little bit and talk about public safety from the perspective of pedestrian safety. We have some of the highest rates of human beings being killed on our roads, children being hit and killed on our roads, and I think I would like us to also look at public safety from a perspective of a car is an inanimate object, and the people who live in our community are the value. And we appear to value vehicles right now over people. And it's in the DNA of the expansion of the United States to the West, and it was car culture. I think that we
Not just Las Vegas.
Not just Las Vegas. I'm from California, but I have lived here most of my life. And it is a true thing, but I think that we have, with our relationships with the RTC and other local organizations, we can play a role in changing that culture by our actions to bring value to human beings using space. We want healthy communities, but we have no safe place for people to walk if they're on a major thoroughfare. I don't know if you've ever walked on a street like Martin Luther King, just to go for a walk in the morning. My husband and I used to go on Sundays, and cars blow by at 60 miles an hour at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's horrifying. Yeah. So how do we build a sense of community? When you talk about people feeling safe to be in their community, that's part of a community. Those old neighborhoods are in the path of all these major thoroughfares, and I think we concentrated so much on moving vehicles that we forgot
about pedestrian safety,
about the people. And so I think that pedestrian safety is also really important for us to build community. How do we break down walls and give people space to be out and about? that's what makes communities communities.
Okay, so anything else? So are we comfortable with that? These are the 5 priorities at this point, because the next step is where you use your 3 dots and go up and put your 3 dots. You can't put all 3 in one. You have to put one per priority.
Thank you.
And again, just to reemphasize, Ken, the priorities you're adopting, the possible outcomes, and that is just a direction you're giving staff. You're going to review these plans, so you'll see how it's operationalized. We're just focusing on the issue of the broad priorities. So with that, you have 3 dots.
I need 4 dots. I need 4
Trade you.
It was a resource issue. They'd only give us 3 dots per.
Budget, sorry.
It was budget issue. I asked for 4. They said only 3. Sorry. So with that, it just.
Okay, as long as you understand it's going to take more capacity to do all of it.
I'll have to like because I'll tell you everything I've done.
I don't have to pull those.
Brought up the issue is yeah, they probably I'll let you know when we're ready to do that.
Oh, we're not ready yet?
Yeah, no. I said, once we kind of get to like how they cluster, and before we get a verbal commitment that there's 3, 4, or 5, maybe just opening it up and.
I love that.
Okay.
We're gonna open it up. We're gonna open it up for some discussion before we vote.
Can we also ask Mike and his team to comment on anything?
Oh, well, I don't think he's so inclined. No.
Should weigh in.
Yeah. Yeah, before, would you do
Can I
that?
go to the bathroom? I'll do it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Should we take another 5-minute break, do you think? Okay. We're going to take another 5-minute break. We will be back at 2:15. All right, yeah,
Okay.
so there.
So what we're doing right now, so here were the results. And before we finalize, the mayor would like to have a brief public comment on these 5 areas. Then we will come back and we're going to adopt the purples. Right, so right now you had 7 votes for economic development. We'll wordsmith whether that's economic development and workforce development, what the title is, because that's important to adopt. Public safety had 5, healthcare had 5. Interesting, that's your top 3 anyway. Then you had 4 under attainable housing and 0 under healthy and livable communities. But right now, if the mayor would like to have a public comment, then we'll come back there and we'll be adopting the purple. So.
As you're all aware, we usually do citizen participation at the end of the meeting. But I think it is so important, and I've been so impressed that so many people have been here since the beginning of our meeting. And I think it would be very important to have some community input. You've heard everything we've heard. We'd like to know what your opinion is. If you don't mind, I know people have opinions on everything, but what I would like to do is ask you to please speak on topic. We're trying to figure out the priorities of the city for the next 3 to 5 years. If you were sitting where we are, how would you be leaning? What would you be recommending to our city staff? And with that, we'll do, how many people would like to speak? Okay, in that case, let's do 2 minutes each. And if you don't mind going to the microphone, identifying yourself by name, and letting us get the benefit of your input as well. So who would like to go first? Second? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Come on up.
And thank you so much.
Thank you, City Council, for convening us here today. My name is Armando, and I have been a citizen of Las Vegas for 20 years.
Can you give us your first and last name?
Armando Garcia.
Thank you.
And I would like to discuss what public safety means to our community, as the discussion feels too broad today. To call back what Councilwoman Summers Armstrong and Diaz stated, there are elements in our community that make us feel unsafe, and they do have root causes that cannot be solved with enforcement alone. Our community does not feel safe when we cannot afford to heal, or when we cannot afford to miss work. Our community does not feel safe when we feel like we will be homeless because we did not make enough money in that month. Our community does not feel safe when our families are separated by a weaponized task force. In the past year, international tourism has dropped 15% in our city due to ICE presence. The city of Las Vegas has also introduced punitive financial measures against our unhoused community members, and pavement has covered more of our natural desert basin. There is a lot to tackle here, and I hope the City Council takes the opportunity to not only work with our community, but for our community. Las Vegas is an incredibly diverse city and a metro area with a vibrant tourist economy that we all rely on to live. This is all put at risk by Trump's ICE department, which currently has more people without a criminal record than with one in their custody, and have recently admitted to racially profiling our community members. I'm asking you all on this City Council to make a public commitment to not collaborate with ICE, to not use city resources for immigration enforcement, and to keep our city safe for all, regardless of immigration status, and including our international tourists. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just want to, thank you, Council, for letting me have a chance to introduce myself. My name is Joseph Martinez. I've been living in Las Vegas for about 3 years now. I'm a delivery driver for Amazon, and this delivering has showed me so much of our community and the diversity that Las Vegas has. Pauly Gonzalez Park is my favorite place to take my lunches at. Usually around like 3:30, you'll see an Amazon van there. That's me. You can say hi. I have been blessed by the community members there who, despite not knowing my name, have given me food, have given me water, have tried to support me and other delivery drivers. And this is a community effort. This is we have in Vegas a community that is willing and wants to be inclusive and wants to see this diversity through. Pauly Gonzalez, I didn't really know who she was, but on one of my lunch breaks, I read her plaque that's at that park. And what stood out to me was that she was one of the first, if I remember correctly, she was one of the first Latino newscasters. Thank you.
Newscaster, yeah.
And when I hear about, like what was said before about the our feeling of public safety, I'm scared that we are losing this culture through fear of being outside of having that community. I love that I love the fact that like there are community members that take care of me despite not knowing who I am, and I don't want to lose that because our citizens are afraid to go outside because of racial prejudice. One thing I want to say before I finish, one thing that I've been extremely grateful on is the fact that everyone here, for the most part, seems to be wanting to tackle the underlying issues that we are facing. And so we ask that when looking at things like public safety, that you realize that the increased ICE enforcement in our communities are not protecting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. My name is Sabrasia Spencer. I am a mother of 3 and a healthcare worker here in Las Vegas. I've been living in Vegas for over 10 plus years. Families like mine are working full time and still falling behind. Rents keep climbing, Nevada Energy keeps raising rates, childcare is out of reach. Buses don't run when we need them, and in our hospitals, patients and workers are at a stretch because staffing is stretched to a thin. This all plays a role in our communities, as I see that y'all was talking about healthcare and improving things to fix it. Being in healthcare, I've been overseeing, dealing with ratios such as 1 nurse, 1 CNA to 26 patients. We are burnt out. We try everything in our care to provide the ultimate care to our patients, to you guys' loved ones, but are unable due to patient ratios. We are the people who make this city run, from cooks, CNAs, cleaners, teachers, bus drivers, mailmen, postmen. We are Las Vegas. I am asking you to put the people first, to put a cap on utility and child care costs so families aren't price gouged. Make safe patient ratios the law, and invest in housing, child care, and transportation so working families can stand on their own feet. As being a mother of 3, I look forward to my children going outside in our communities and, collabing with other children, being creative, seeking a higher education to be successful men and women in this day of age. I see significant numbers of it drop down in this economy, in this generation, as I am only 24 years old.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity to address this organization. My name is Barrett Smith. I'm a retired educator. I love this process, and I do agree that it's unfortunate that you only had 3 green buttons to put onto these boards. But it's understandable. I mean, you've got to keep the priorities, small so that you can reach those goals. Attainable housing seems to be really a huge problem in this community. I've only been in this community for a year. I arrived here October 15th of last year, but that seems to be a problem as you're stepping over individuals while you're walking on a sidewalk. And so if you want this city to succeed, you have to be able to support your young population with affordable housing that is compatible with the wages that they earn. It has to be a priority.
Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brandon Figueroa. I've been born and raised here for almost 30 years. I just had a couple ideas based on the conversation that I overheard after lunch, but I appreciate you guys for being committed to serving our community. In terms of the unhoused issues, I think that you guys are right to sort of tackle it from a rehabilitation standpoint. I believe that an excessive force doesn't really fix the problem. It sort of just makes it more criminalized. I'm part of a lot of orgs that we help like feed the homeless. We have like fundraisers. And so the biggest kind of pitfalls that we fall into is that a lot of the encampments are constantly moving. So we have to constantly keep up with where they're at. We have to avoid a lot of enforcement sometimes because a lot of people, criminalize our kind of help. So any kind of pushes to kind of help us not face those things would be super helpful. In terms of like AI development and trying to get like jobs back on track, maybe pivoting people's positions to be more of like an upkeep or like a technician to help run the automated services better, so that way they're not really losing their jobs, they're sort of just transitioning their skills to be more servient to the changing economy and all of the technological needs that are sort of arising. And then at the end, I know that for like public transportation, you guys said that like funding might be an issue. If you guys are open to the idea of like fundraisers, there's a thriving art community that is super passionate about all of these things. And they would be super down to entertain people with like events, music, paintings, comedy or whatever. And you can use that as sort of like a way to not only involve, us as citizens to be more directly involved with funding things, but we can also use it to educate people on the issues that really are plaguing the community. And then also to sort of add what you guys said to the, how do we make like the streets safer? People are like speeding like through like Martin Luther King and stuff. There's a neighborhood that my mom works at because she's like a housekeeper. And I have to give her rights because she doesn't drive. But they have like a sign that says like, drive like your kids live here, right? So I think like helping humanize people's experiences as they're driving to make it feel like it's their home too, that could help them sort of feel more, I guess, like responsible when it comes to those moments of like, oh, I don't care, I'm just gonna speed through this intersection because there's nobody here.
Thank you so much. Did you have one more?
Oh, no, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Stoik. I spoke a little bit earlier, so you already know how I feel about ICE, but I'll just say it again. Please no collaboration with ICE. Kidnapping people off the streets does not make us safer. The other thing I want to say is that I'm disappointed to see that healthy, livable communities has not gotten any dots. I think there's a lot of items in this priority that actually address public safety. And I also think that healthcare is kind of a little bit of a weird category right now. It's very split between sort of the economic business side of healthcare as well as the actual like healthiness part of healthcare. And I would maybe suggest splitting it up so that parts of that go under economic development and parts of it go under healthy and livable communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there, okay, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Malonis. I was born in Henderson, but grew up in the Bay Area. I came back in 2010 to take care of my grandmother, who was just diagnosed with lung cancer, who was also responsible for my grandfather, who was a quadriplegic. So they definitely needed help. Since being out here looking after them, I myself have an autoimmune disease that just exacerbated while taking care of my grandparents because there was nothing available. And with me being sick, everybody suffered, but sorry, I'm losing my mind. The issues that I personally had trying to get employment while sick to help support my grandparents, I At one point had to go through chemotherapy, and the job I was at wouldn't allow me to wear a wig. And times that I had to get treatment at UCM, after my chemotherapy treatments, I was forced to wait outside because they weren't offering any tickets, which I know that they do because I worked at Whittlesey Bell doing timesheets. But for some reason, they didn't think that I was worthy of getting a ticket back to Henderson so I could recover, but I had to wait outside of the hospital for 3 hours before somebody could come get me. I have lost a lot of doctors in this state because of the school system. Established doctors who, once their kids hit middle school, they are out because they want better for their children.
Thank you so much.
Oops. Hi, Karen Newcomer again. I need to speak earlier, but there are just a couple things I wanted to reiterate. And interestingly, she brought one other one to mind. When we had our break at lunchtime and you could go outside, one of my friends had been out there, but he couldn't come in till after, so I went out to join him. And when I came outside, they wouldn't let us gather in front of the door, because there were school buses there, and they didn't want us, to be involved with the children or something. That makes sense. But there was a lady out there by herself sitting on one of the benches out there with the cane, a very frail-looking lady, and they made her go stand over in that park. And when I told them later, I understand policing a community and rules are rules, but I hope they would be able to have the autonomy, the responsibility or authority to make a decision like that. A little frail lady with a cane is going to be with cops right there. Actually, it turned out that when we went and stood on the other side of the school buses where they couldn't see us, the kids walked right by us. It would have been safer to have us over here where the cops were. But anyway, that's beside the point. Today, Donald Trump said the military should use some U.S. cities as training grounds. He said that to our generals that they had called this emergency important meeting to. That's why we're scared. For the first time in my life, a few months ago, I had snipers on roofs pointing guns at me, live ammunition pointing guns at me. There's no reason for that. We had done nothing illegal. We're mostly grandparents. We don't need to be treated that way. I know we have No King's Day coming up again, and as far as I know, we're the only city that we can't get our law enforcement authorities to allow us to get okay that we have our thing that day. It's going to be so embarrassing if Las Vegas is the largest city that the cops or the law enforcement, local law enforcement, won't work with this. They're supposed to protect us. They're supposed to be on our side. I understand what is happening with ICE, but we shouldn't let our own local law enforcement treat us like this. There are sons and daughters. I don't believe that they want to treat us like that. But instead of having hundreds of cops out there when we have a peaceful protest, standing there threateningly at us, I don't understand why they aren't doing code enforcement or something good with their time. We don't need to be policed like that, and it scares us that we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that would like to say a few words? Hello.
Hello, my name is Spencer Hinton. I've lived here for most of my life. I work in entertainment, essentially building stages, so I'm in and out of a lot of different properties throughout the city. And the category that I'd like to comment on kind of touches, well, the topic I'd like to comment on touches on multiple of these topics. It is common for citizens to feel unsafe when they're walking around areas where there are a lot of homeless people or even homeless encampments. But we have to ask ourselves, what about these people that are on the streets? They're citizens too. Do they feel safe? Do they feel supported? Do they feel protected? They have limited support from the city, and in addition to that, they are getting more and more criminalized simply for being in the worst period of their lives. They need help, not handcuffs. Thank you.
We have time for one more. Oh, two more, and then we're going to cut it off.
Madam Mayor, my name is John Ballesteros, Ward 6. I
I hope we haven't missed the boat on possibly getting a data center put in here. Just a couple months ago, I drove by Boise. They had this huge facility being built there as a data center. Meta did. I hope we didn't miss that boat. That would provide jobs. I know there's some trade-offs here and there when it comes to incentives for these builders to build, but it will definitely be a guaranteed positions or job opportunities for the trades. And just recently, I've paid my property taxes, and I looked at it, and the school district got $1,000 off of me, which is fine, but I don't think I'm getting a good return on investment. I know the gentleman there said you can't really own the education part of it, but I'd like to see a little bit more return on my dollars. I'm a retired fire captain, and we had many tradespeople go in the fire service, but because of my experience in the fire department, we can expand. I could expand into a lot of things, public speaking, public education, things of that nature. But I'm just hoping that we would concentrate on education, because it will definitely bring down the crime. It will definitely uphold or uplift the community for services and reliable employees, especially. I don't like going into a company and I have an employee kind of shining me on and saying, whatever. No, I want customer service. And from that, I think it derives from a good education, one, and a means to keep the family unit together. There's an importance in having fathers and full families, atomic families, thriving in a city to contribute. That's my 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Okay, last speaker.
I'm going to hit a couple topics regarding our homeless community. In other cities that have put money into housing for those who aren't housed, it ends up saving 30 to 40% of the budget that you spend on law enforcement.
Can you say your name real quick?
Oh, sorry. My name is Michael Rollins. I've lived here for 20 years. But putting money into housing for the unhoused ends up saving the city money versus spending money on clearing out camps and all these different things that you have to spend money on versus create housing, provide services at that housing to get them back into jobs, could save a lot of money and clean up the community. The other topic, I work in entertainment. I was with Cirque for almost 20 years. Now I'm at Universal Horror Unleashed at Area 15. Of course, we have a tourist economy, but ICE actions around the country have dropped tourism nationwide. And, we also have, we have tourists who are from other countries who have accents. I don't want them to be a target. We have community members from other countries who have accents who could be targeted, and we want to make sure that our law enforcement responds appropriately to any ICE actions in Las Vegas. So if they are breaking the law, we want our law enforcement to respond to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank all of you for your input. And Tom?
Okay, Mayor and Council, so it looks like we have 4 clusters. Your 3 previous priorities have came to the top. And it looks like attainable housing is a close 4th. So you don't necessarily have to take a vote, just give direction, or you could take a vote, Mayor. It's not important.
Appropriate to have a vote? That's what we do.
Either vote. So I would say public safety seems to make clear, and that was your previous title. Question about economic development. Economic development or economic development and workforce training? Is it just wordsmithing because we're adopting the purples? So are you good with economic development? And
It's the umbrella. Yes.
And this fits under it, or do you want the title to have workforce in it? Good with economic development.
Economic development.
Okay, and it's clear workforce is under it. Healthcare is a standalone. Attainable housing?
just housing?
How, attainable, how about housing?
Housing.
And that would be the unhoused and single family, also addressing the housing shortage and everything else.
Simple, just housing.
Housing.
Madam Mayor,
And, yes, ma'am.
what about, why not consider calling it housing and homelessness?
That's what that was what I put down at the beginning. Housing and homelessness, unless somebody has an issue with that? That's good.
Okay. So those are the four: healthy and livable communities. I mean, you obviously can do a fifth one, but, the more priorities, the less resources you have. It didn't receive any of the top votes.
And,
It's not that these aren't addressed, these are just your top priorities.
okay. I'd like to make a motion
Okay?
that we recognize the importance of strategic planning for the future of the city. This is not the motion, this is the setup. We recognize the importance of strategic planning for our future. Where are we going as a city in the next 3 to 5 years, and what do we want to look like 5 years from now? And I would ask that we vote on the top 4 priorities, which is housing and homelessness, economic development, public safety, and healthcare. And that is my motion for the priorities. Now, I would also ask, I think we all recognize that even though the livable communities did not get any votes, it's only because we had 3 dots and we had to choose. But I think, City Manager, you recognize the importance of that and incorporating that into the other 4. So it's not that we are dropping it, it's just that we're going to find the right home for all of those issues, which I think we all feel pretty passionately about. So I guess my motion is the incorporating the top 4 priorities into our strategic plan for the future. We don't need a second.
Aye.
Oh, wait, I dropped the ball. All those in favor of those 4 priorities, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? In that case, that passed.
Mayor and Council, it's been a pleasure working with you. You're very easy to work with. And with that, the City Manager would like to give some concluding remarks.
Yeah, and Tom, I think on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you. And please thank Jeremy for getting us started. Thank you for your participation. It went very smoothly. We appreciate your input and look forward to working with you in the future.
Well, Mayor Berkeley, members of City Council, before I walk you through sort of our next steps of what's coming after today, I did want to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Tom Riley for his outstanding facilitation today. Tom, your guidance and ability to really keep us focused and forward-thinking made all the difference today, and I can understand why so many community members have only spoken incredibly highly about you. I had not met Tom before, and really enjoyed working with you, Tom, and appreciate all you did today. Thank you. So many people were involved with trying to make today a successful day, and I'd like to take a moment just to thank a few people that got us here today, got us through the entire process. And first off, I want to thank our host, a good friend, Myron Martin, and the entire Smith Center team. We worked with them not too long ago for the Mayor's State of the City. They were fabulous for that gathering. And again, much appreciation to the entire Smith Center team for hosting us today in a beautiful facility. And again, thank you very much, Smith Center. I told you there was dozens of employees that were involved with making today what it was, and it's everything from our special event team to our communications team, our city clerk team, our strategic services team, all of our directors and deputies that were here today. Really, there's just so many people that were involved, and of course this gentleman on my right as well, the city attorney. But I also want to thank the employees that were able to also join us today, plus the members of the public. We had some really good feedback from everyone, and they're what helped us make today successful. Mayor, you mentioned thanking Jeremy. I want to just take a moment to thank all of our speakers today. I think we had some really informative information to share with you, information that you got to see beforehand. I know working closely with Sarah, she wanted to get you all links to today's presentations before last weekend and then get you those hard copies. And I think just giving you that ability to have that flow and not seeing all this today for the first time made today that much more understandable in terms of what we're trying to share. So thank you to all the speakers, and certainly Jeremy, another old friend who was immediately interested in coming here today to present to you.
I went to high school with his father.
Oh, okay.
I know Jeremy very well.
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to commend Mayor and Council. Your dedication today and your collaboration throughout the strategic planning process. As you noted, Mayor, this is a really important step for the next 3 to 5 years. It'd been over 5 years since we had a gathering like this, and it was really time. But again, with having Councilwoman Kelly seated, having the whole team together, I think is what made today all that more special. So thank you all for that. So with those appreciation to so many folks today, I wanted to just lay out to you what the next steps look like, because again, today's the first big step. What comes next is we're going to be gathering feedback from our community and from our workforce, that's our employees, on how to make progress on these priorities that you've identified today. We want to find out from them, how might they define success? You know, bring that information into the overall conversation. You might have heard earlier today, Tom mentioned next month, late next month, we're convening a meeting with all of our directors and deputy directors to come together for a full-day workshop. That workshop is going to be essentially, we're going to bring out this information that you brought to us today, the outcomes that you want to see happen, and we're going to be asking our team, okay, what are our strategies, what are our objectives to get there? And that'll be its own effort, if you will, from our leadership team. It's really about how can we reach those outcomes that you've identified today, asking them, how do we get there? Once that work is complete, we're going to bring back to you all a development objectives, essentially what we've worked out, and get your feedback on that. That's going to probably happen after the holidays. So picture probably around January is when we'll be coming back to you with, here's the work that we've done since your identification today. And that's all. We want to make sure that our strategic direction that we've come up with reflects your own leadership, and then again, what you envision us needing to hit for all these items. What comes after that is continued working with you to draft the actual strategic plan, and that plan is going to come to you sometime in the spring. We'd like to have that plan adopted. Everyone is dialed in to knowing what we want to do to hit the fiscal year right on target. And so where that also will come into play by bringing it to you in the spring, as you know, we meet with you all in March for the budget workshop. So we'll have a good idea on some of the things that we think we want to do to achieve, and that may involve resources being allocated. So kind of give you a picture of what's in front of us. A whole lot of work, but today was a big one. And again, I want to thank you all for your work today. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Does anybody have any questions of our city manager? We have no questions.
Oh, just one question. So the things under the healthy communities or livable communities is not being tossed.
No.
It's going to be integrated where appropriate in each of these 4 priorities.
Yeah, Councilwoman, just to give you an example that from your RTC days, so on the economic diversification priority, we think there's opportunities to work with the RTC to get additional bus rapid transit lanes on certain corridors. Their ridership on transit will increase if we can find a way to speed up the time that it takes to use transit. If it's the standard street corridor where they have to stop behind all the cars, they have to stop at every light, it's a slower route and it's harder for people to be willing to shift from one mode to transit. But on those corridors where we've done bus rapid transit, where they can get from point A to B faster, That's helpful. And I think from an economic development perspective, you all know that our 2050 master plan is based upon developing condominiums and apartments along our transit corridors, because as you heard from Jeremy, we're running out of land, but what we do have is a lot of underutilized land along our transit corridors. And so I think that's where those all, I mean, everything you've talked about today will tie back into that economic development component, and things like the healthy and livable cities, bringing something like a BRT is important. When we do a BRT project, we incorporate upgraded lighting, a shade tree. So all of them come into that. We even incorporate artwork, and so a lot of the things that were on that chart on healthy and livable we'll capture, and I think what we'll ask our team to do is look at that list and figure out where do we fit it in the other four so that we don't lose sight of those priorities as you identified. Okay. Well, thank you all.
Thank you,
I'll turn the
and,
mic over to the mayor.
We have one more agenda item. Agenda item number 7, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, will be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council. Council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. If there are any members of the public who have not spoken yet and would like to say a few words, we'd be delighted to listen to you for 2 minutes. Is there anybody that hasn't spoken that would like to participate? In that case, I thank you. Let me say that I am so impressed by the number of people that stayed here from the beginning to end to hear what we are doing. In this day and age, when you think people just don't care or they're tuned out, to see people actually sitting here and speaking and participating, I think gives all of us additional energy to do our jobs. So thank you all very, very much. And at this time, the special City Council meeting is now adjourned.